Chapter 1075. The floating continent above the Qin residence was floating everywhere. It looked like a huge floating continent that had exploded. It was not fixed in the air, but was slowly rotating around the center. The scenery in the Qin residence was different from what Yun Nuoxing and the others had imagined. Of course, they had already expected the scenery to be magnificent. Everything in their eyes was constantly changing. There was also a sun in the sky, so the time in the Qin residence was about the same as the time in the outside world. By the way, aren't the two of you engaged? Why is it so cold? There's no sense of celebration at all. Chu Yingzhan went up to Qin Yan, put her hand on her shoulder, and asked curiously. The latter had returned to the Qin residence half a day earlier than them, so she should have learned something. Qin Yan turned her head to look at Yun Nuoxing and said softly, "The first reason is that this is a special period. The celestial realm is about to enter a period of turmoil. Although the elimination of the remnants of the demon world went smoothly, we don't know if there are more of them. If the defense forces of other cities are transferred away at this critical moment, it is inevitable that there will be accidents. With the Qin family's influence, there will be a lot of people coming. The second reason is that Little Star's identity has not been announced to the outside world. Even many people in the Qin family don't know about it. According to the Nine Gods Shrine and my father, they don't want Little Star to stand in front of the stage so soon. So they didn't announce it. It suits my taste." Yun Nuoxing immediately laughed happily. His original intention was to just stand behind the scenes. If the Qin clan announced the engagement of their goddess, people from all over the world would definitely come. In the end, his identity would be exposed. Then it would be like that. It would go against his wishes. However, if that was really the case, it wouldn't be a big deal. If he couldn't make a new plan, it would be fine. As they got closer to the center, the number of floating islands in the vicinity increased. The mountain range was ring-shaped, and there were peaks and palaces everywhere. Fog lingered around, and it was like a fairyland. There were powerful auras hidden everywhere, and there were also many people watching them. Yesterday, the news of Qin Yan's return had already spread in the Qin family. It was likely that the news of the engagement had also spread. Then today, Yun Nuoxing and the others came. Moreover, they were brought back by Qin Yan, which attracted a lot of attention. At least he could feel the gazes of dozens of high-level gods sweeping over them. At first, Yun Nuoxing thought that after arriving at the Qin family, he would have to stay at Qin Yan's place for 1 or 2 days before he could see Qin Hai, the head of the Qin family. After all, managing such a big family would definitely have many things to do. Even if he did not have to deal with a myriad of affairs every day, it was more or less the same. Moreover, the realm of the gods was currently in a tense situation. This kind of matter concerned the survival of the gods, and things like the engagement could be postponed indefinitely. Therefore, he followed them with the mentality of sightseeing. Who knew? Rest? Oh, I was planning to directly ask you to come with me to see Father. After hearing Qin Yan's words, Yun Nuoxing could not help but laugh awkwardly. He tilted his head and looked at Zian, Ming, and Feng, and was instantly speechless. If he brought these beautiful girls to talk about the engagement to someone else, wouldn't he be misunderstood as coming to cause trouble? As if she knew what he was thinking. Qin Yan laughed softly and shook her head. Father likes to be lively. When there's nothing going on, there's no one else in the palace. Only Father and Mother are inside. Qin Yan, how many mothers do you have? Chu Yingzhan suddenly poked Qin Yan. As soon as this question was asked, the flight path of the group was all messed up. Yun Nuoxing almost crashed into the floating island that passed by them. Chu Xianling and Chu Qin directly fell to the ground. Fortunately, they reacted quickly and rolled their eyes at their sister. Qin Yan was also stunned. For a moment, she did not realize the profound meaning of this question. She honestly replied, 2, but I'm the only daughter in the family. Hearing this, Chu Yingzhan responded with a meaningful, "Oh." Her eyes kept glancing at Yun Nuoxing. When she saw him looking at her with a dark expression, she could not help but roll her eyes at him. "I'm worried that you'll be beaten to death by others. How can you go to another girl's house for an engagement and bring a group of ridiculously beautiful girls with you?" Before Yun Nuashing could answer, Xian looked at them thoughtfully. Then she pulled Yun Nuashing's sleeve and whispered in his ear, "Little star, should we leave for a while?" Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. Yun Nuashing laughed dryly. He only felt pain in his stomach and liver. There was no way to answer this question. No matter how he answered, it would be wrong. He simply remained silent and pretended to be thinking about something else. The palace where the patriarch of the Qin family resided was at the center of this huge ring-shaped mountain. It was located on a faintly discernible celestial mountain. The mist was ethereal, and the sunlight passed through the mist to form layers of light screens. When it landed on the magnificent and holy palace, it was like an inextinguishable, sacred light. The palace was not very gorgeous or majestic, but it contained a sense of mystery. A kind of ancient and distant aura seeped out from it. It even formed a thin layer of solid golden light that flowed slowly on the palace's main body. The light that revealed the aura of time also exuded the smell of divinity. I smell the smell of an era. There's time that surpasses an era flowing here. It's eternal and endless. Generations of divinity have gathered here. It's ancient and sacred. Yun Nuashing's gaze became slightly deep as he said softly, "This palace is the residence of the patriarchs of the Qin family. It's also the place where the spirits of all the members of the Qin family gather." Qin Yan said softly. Standing at the entrance of this palace, Yun Nuashing tidied his clothes and took a deep breath. He was actually a little nervous. Of course, he was not nervous because he was about to meet an emperor god expert. It was purely because the person he was about to meet was the father of the girl beside him. In addition to what had happened between the two of them, he felt like he was meeting the parents. Even Xian and the others took half a step back slightly, as if they were deliberately distancing themselves. They even threw him an encouraging look, which made him even more dumbfounded. After pushing open the palace door, Qin Yan led Yun Nuashing and the others in quickly. First, she helped Xian and the others to settle down. Then, she pulled Yun Nuashing to the entrance of the main palace. Ahem, is it okay to go in like this?" Yun Nuashing coughed softly and looked around. This palace was ordinary in size and looked more like a slightly larger mansion. However, there was some kind of spiritual power attached to this place, which made people feel very close and warm. There was a very gentle atmosphere. How should he put it? It made him feel like he was at home. The other palaces he had seen did not have this kind of aura. It was more like a big, cold house. Qin Yan did not reply. He turned his head and saw that the girl was also very nervous. Her lily-white hands were trembling slightly, and she was constantly taking deep breaths and exhaling. It was only when he could not help but pat her shoulder that she came back to her senses. She nodded, walked forward, and slowly pushed open the door. Yun Nuashing swallowed his saliva. A series of scenes were playing out in his mind. When he was ready, his eyes revealed some deep and faint vicissitudes of life, and he prepared to walk in with Qin Yan. However, there was no one in the palace. Father is not here. Qin Yan laughed dryly. Yun Nuashing was speechless. He had already mentally prepared himself. But in the end, there was no one here. Let him be speechless. There was no rule that said one had to sit in their own hall all the time and wait for others to come and visit. If it was him, living in such a big palace, he would definitely not sit in the hall all the time. He would definitely stay wherever he was comfortable. Therefore, it was normal that he did not see Qin Hai when he pushed open the door to the hall. After entering the palace, he did not try to sense for any signs of life. Who knew if there was anyone behind the door? Probably there. Qin Yan tilted her head and closed the door. Then she turned around and led Yun Nuashing to the side of the long corridor. They actually left the palace and walked towards the back of the palace. It was originally built for a mountain, and the palace was halfway up the mountain. After walking for a while, they arrived at the back of the mountain. After making a turn, they saw two figures at the end of the mountain path in front of them. Yun Nuashing had already seen one of them. Although it had been a period of time, about 10,000 years to him, that middle-aged man in a black-edged golden robe had short black hair. He was not very tall, and his appearance was delicate and pretty. He was about 30 years old and looked like an ordinary person. The middle-aged man in front of him was Qin Yan's father, Qin Hai, the current patriarch of the Qin clan. He was a person who held great authority and was also a peak emperor god expert. He did not have any impact at all. At first glance, no one would associate him with the patriarch of the Qin clan. He looked more like an uncle next door. Beside him was a woman in a gorgeous black dress. Her black hair reached her waist, and she did not wear any makeup. She had an extremely beautiful face, and a faint smile hung at the corner of her mouth. She was somewhat similar to Qin Yan. However, when she smiled, there was also a sense of tranquility. Yun Nuashing subconsciously guessed that this might be Qin Yan's mother. She was gentle, elegant, and quiet. Although they were not mother and daughter, they looked more like sisters. Furthermore, they exuded a sense of tranquility from their bones. They did not have a strong sense of presence. Although they were so beautiful they did not speak, it was really easy for people to forget them. Ah, Yunner, you're here. When Yun Nuashing and Qin Yan saw the two people opposite them also saw them. They slowly stood up and looked at the two beautiful figures walking towards them. They smiled faintly. After that, their gazes turned from Qin Yan to the person beside her. They were slightly stunned. "This is your friend?" Puffed. Qin Yan could not hold back her laughter. She covered her mouth with her jade hand. Her body trembled slightly. Yun Nuashing's cheeks trembled. It seemed that many years had passed. His appearance had changed again and again. After he had changed into the appearance of a 14 or 15-year-old, and after he had completely changed into the appearance of a girl, Qin Hai could not recognize him at all. Cough. Yun Nuashing coughed dryly. He took a deep breath and clasped his hands. "Uncle Qin, it's me." In his impression, Qin Hai was not like this. It seemed that he would only show his original appearance when he was out of the sight of the other people of the Qin clan. "Ah, it's little Yin." After being reminded by Yun Nuashing, Qin Hai suddenly realized, "You've changed a lot over the years. I can't even recognize you." Yes, there had been some changes. Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched. On the other side, Qin Yan was laughing so hard that she almost fainted. She quickly hugged her mother to stifle her laughter. "Haha, I've been hearing your name in the realm of the gods recently." Qin Hai smiled and shook Yun Nuashing's hand. The storm that Yun Nuashing had caused in the Kuan-Yuan region had not dissipated since her birth. Her glorious achievements were enough to overshadow all the self-proclaimed geniuses and heaven's prides. "Thank you for taking care of me in all aspects." Yun Nuashing stuck out her tongue. Qin Hai was probably referring to cultivation, and cultivation-related matters. She dared to conclude that even the Qin clan wouldn't be able to preserve the divine, tier 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 divine, Tear 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 divine. Actually, they didn't have much to talk about when they met. It was as if they were chatting about their daily lives, talking about some topics related to cultivation. I really can't see through you now, mysterious little fellow. Qin Hai gazed at Yun Nuashing with admiration in his eyes. Qin Yen stuck out her tongue in her heart and stood aside with her mother. They were talking about their trivial matters, while Yun Nuashing and Qin Hai were talking about their matters. However, when she heard this, she couldn't help but look at Yun Nuashing with a strange expression. This divine lord was called a little fellow by others. He didn't seem to have any reaction. Anyway, he alone took on a lot of roles. At this time, he was probably playing the role of a junior. Well, I called Yen back this time to talk about you two. Qin Hai coughed softly and said bluntly, I see a great possibility in you. I had this feeling back then, and I guess Yen is the same. This girl has a lot of ideas, but she doesn't like to show them. However, I can still understand her thoughts. Yun Nuashing tilted his head and glanced at Qin Yen. The latter simply hid in her mother's arms and pretended not to see anything. This made Qin Hai speechless. He really hadn't thought about this problem. At this moment, a great era is coming, or should I say, a chaotic era is coming. A powerful storm has gathered in the divine realm, and it will drag the entire divine realm into it. No one will be lucky enough to escape. There are too many descendants of great clans, descendants of gods, and descendants of gods. There are too many people. Although the Qin clan has been passed down since the ancient era, too many things have disappeared with the passage of time. We can't take care of everything. Right now, we are only an extremely strong force on the surface, but there are definitely more powerful existences in the dark. Qin Hai sighed softly. Actually, I don't care about status. If Yen likes it, she can pursue it herself. But, as parents, we will always blindly worry about our children, even if they are already past the age where we should worry about them. Yun Nuashing nodded to show that he could understand. Although he didn't have any memories, he could still understand. Moreover, Qin Hai and the others had wanted to rope him in before they knew that he was the young master. This was also the truth. I can see that what you have is not as simple as potential. More importantly, you seem to be a reliable guy. Qin Hai closed one of his eyes and coughed softly. It's just that there are a little too many girls around you. Yun Nuashing staggered and fell to the ground. Qin Yen hurried forward and helped him up in a flurry. This he really didn't have the ability to refute at all. In the past, when I saw how intimate the two of you were, I thought that the two of you were in a relationship. Therefore, I wanted to entrust Yen to you and let her follow you. Who knows, she might be happier. At the same time, I wanted you to take good care of this girl, Cough. At this point, Qin Hai looked at him meaningfully, and then looked at Qin Yen, who was supporting him. His expression was strange. So, what is the relationship between the two of you? Yun Nuashing tilted his head and glanced at Qin Yen. His expression was a little strange. It seemed that she had already explained everything last night. She only looked at him deeply and didn't say anything. Her jade-like hand gently patted the dust off his body. All right. He was a little stupid when it came to matters of the heart. After all, there was still a chain around his soul. The chain of the heart that he put on in exchange for the speed of his cultivation. Although there were some flaws now and the effect was a lot weaker, it still existed. Moreover, this was not the only reason. His soul had a lifespan of dozens of eras. The passage of time was engraved in his soul, making him feel faint. However, this didn't mean that he couldn't sense any feelings. When did Qin Yen fall in love with him? He didn't know that this question might have to be pushed back for a long time. It might have to be pushed back to the time when they first met in the everlasting night forest. After that, it would be a long period of time together. As the saying went, love grows with time. After all, they met every day and went to the same place to do more or less the same thing. As they spent time together, it was just This was only one of the possibilities. However, he probably had nothing better to do than to think about this matter so seriously. Feelings came and went in a flash. He probably sealed his feelings back then because it was troublesome. He never thought that it would break out. Companionship was the most long-lasting confession of love. The two girls told him this. He also admitted that if a person was willing to spend the rest of her life with him, and for a long period of time, this was the most precious gift. This was a one-sided companionship. She didn't need to accompany him. He knew this. He knew this. It was because he knew that he felt lost and at a loss. This was the first time he faced this kind of problem. What should he do? He didn't know. He couldn't figure it out. He was so anxious that his whole body was covered in sweat. If these girls would leave after persuading him, he wouldn't be so distressed. Didn't they say that although some things were sad, at least they wouldn't cause harm to others? It wasn't like he hadn't said that before. But look at this. What's the use of this? What did he think of Qin Yan? He liked her, but logically speaking, it shouldn't be the kind of feelings between a man and a woman. If they had some feelings for each other, it would probably stop here. It would be a lie to say that he didn't care. After all, she was the only person around him that he cared about. He could only care about the group of people around him, as well as some people in the past. Most people would probably feel that this was very normal. People only cared about that small group of people in their lifetime. However, he had already lived for hundreds of millions of lifetimes. He couldn't even count them. In the end, the dust had settled and everything turned to ashes. In Quarter Moon's lifetime, there weren't many people left. In the Shadow Emperor's lifetime, although his memories weren't complete, according to Zai, everyone he knew had passed away in front of him. In the end, what was left? What could he care about? What was left for him to care about? His mind was filled with all sorts of thoughts. His expression changed drastically. Conflict, distress, confusion, headache, pain in the balls, and all sorts of other expressions flashed across his face. The three of them were stunned. This was the first time they saw someone who could show such rich expressions on his face at the same time. Let nature take its course. All the complicated emotions eventually turned into these 5 words. Yun Nuashing released all the energy in his body. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was really a debt that he owed in countless lifetimes. He had to pay it all in one go in this lifetime. Chapter 1076. The news that the goddess of the Qin family had returned to the Qin family had spread throughout the Qin family last night and early this morning, including the engagement that Qin Hai had once mentioned. However, it was not spread to the outside world, and it was not to the point where everyone knew about it. Today, the group of people that Qin Yan had personally brought here attracted a lot of attention. They were trying to find the guy who was about to abduct their goddess. However, when they saw that the group of people were all girls, many people were a little confused. Fortunately, they still found a male creature, which confirmed that the person today was the one who had come to discuss the engagement that they thought was abnormally absurd. In fact, the matter between Yun Nuashing and Qin Yan was only known by the higher-ups of the Qin family in detail who the 2 little guys were. The others only knew a little about it. They knew that their goddess was going to get engaged, but they did not know who she was going to be engaged to. The reason why things had developed like this was also because of Yun Nuashing. His identity was more or less an unstable factor, so he did not tell the clan too much. This was referring to his identity as a spiritual godly body. Therefore, the current situation was caused. The outsiders did not know about this matter, but the higher-ups of the Qin family knew about it, but they did not say anything. The mainstay and the others were confused. In any case, there were hundreds of pairs of eyes that saw the group of people going to the patriarch's house. Although they felt as if there were thousands of ants crawling around in their hearts, making them feel unbearably anxious, that was the place where the patriarchs of the Qin family lived. It was the spiritual sustenance of the entire Qin family, so no one dared to cause trouble there. Some of the elders did not feel uneasy, But the ones who were really restless were the young talents of the Qin family, those of the younger generation who had feelings for the goddess. After this restless state lasted for an hour, someone thought of a way to write a letter in a more serious way and asked someone to send it to the patriarch's palace. Then the other young people realized that this was not causing trouble and would not disturb the patriarch, so they all followed suit. As for the content, it would not be any better. The problem is, are these people crazy? In a somewhat exaggerated living room, there were several thousand letters of all kinds piled up on the table. Ziyan and the others were speechless when they saw this. The pile of letters was as high as several people. The problem was that the contents of the letters were all noisy and almost the same. But that was not the main point. With a wave of her hand, Bing Er caught a letter that fell to the ground. She flipped it open casually. The person who wrote the letter didn't fold it properly at all. The content of the letter, other than a bunch of noises, was a cross drawn on a profile picture. There were also strange pictures of swords, spears, swords, and halberds. This profile picture was Chu Chen's. I really F asterisk king. Chu Chen was so depressed that he didn't know what to say. He tore the letter in his hand into pieces and threw it to Feng. Feng knew what he was doing and burned the shredded paper with fire. That idiot doesn't look like a man no matter how you look at him. There's no other man here besides you, so it's normal for him to look for you. Chu Yingzhan expressed her understanding. She shrugged and patted him on the shoulder. She sighed and said, Shaoqin, go bravely. Anyway, you won't die. But thinking about Qin Yan's position in the Qin family, the possibility of her being abolished is not small. Big brother Yin. Chu Chen's expression was tragic. He had become a shield. When will your date with big sister Qin Yan end? Seeing this kid shouting and jumping up and down in the living room, the girls shrugged and calmly sat on the sofa, elegantly sipping their tea. At the same time, they caught Little Magic, Xiaoxian, and the three girls who were running around the living room. There were many decorations in the living room. It would be embarrassing if they ran around and knocked over something. The heat of the sun was filtered by the mist that permeated the mountains, turning into a cool shimmer that fell from the sky. The mountains were quiet and secluded, and the shadows of the trees on the ground were like a group of happy people dancing. Yun Nuoxing and Qin Yan strolled hand in hand on this immortal mountain. They held hands and kept a distance of 1/2 meter. Neither of them spoke. One was clumsy and didn't know how to speak, while the other was quiet and rarely spoke. Contrasting with this quiet environment, they enjoyed the feeling of silence. Yun Nuoxing had spent time alone with the girls around him. Now, he could clearly say that he didn't talk much when he was alone with any of them. He just accompanied and got along quietly. It seemed that this was enough. This way they would feel happy. As for himself, he didn't know what he was thinking. He simply felt that this kind of time was not bad. If it could continue, it would be peaceful. Unfortunately, peace was only a luxury to him. Inadvertently looking back, his memory of his life was filled with chaos, violence, and destruction. The peace and tranquility that he pursued was so far away that he couldn't touch it. He was a god, but he couldn't exchange for too much peace for himself. When did this kind of peace and quiet start to give him an exceptionally comfortable feeling? It allowed him to settle down a little, but it couldn't really restrain his violent thoughts. He was always thinking about very complicated things. The cool light sprinkled down. The fine sunlight struggled to break free from the shackles of the leaves and landed on the two of them. A hazy light screen enveloped the two of them. The cool breeze blew, making them feel a sense of peace from the bottom of their hearts. I thought that you would. It was unknown how long the two of them walked like this. Qin Yan suddenly spoke softly. Her jade-like hands clenched a little, and her bright black eyes secretly glanced at the person beside her. What? Yun Nuoxing's lips curled into a faint smile. He walked for a while with his eyes closed. Qin Yan hurriedly pulled him and made him jump up to avoid the stones in front of him. Only then did she open her eyes and continue speaking. Did you think that I would leave you behind? Or something else? Qin Yen pursed her red lips and murmured. Yun Nuashing tilted his head and looked at her. Her tall body appeared a little hazy in the light screen. That loose robe couldn't cover her graceful figure. Her fine black hair casually draped over her shoulders and fell in front of her chest and on her perky buttocks. Her beautiful face maintained the kind of tranquility that had never changed in 10,000 years. She was as beautiful as an otherworldly fairy. Yun Nuashing turned his head and let out a long sigh. In a low voice, he said, I have said what I should say before. In the end, you still maintain this choice. I won't say anything. Moreover, I have my own promise. To the people around me, this is the only thing that I will not back down on. You are willing to stand by my side, and I am also willing to protect you forever. From now on, we will share honor and disgrace. If I can't do it and my life is in danger, I will not hesitate to pay any price to protect your life. Even if I have to sacrifice the entire world, I will not hesitate. Qin Yen repeated softly. Yun Nuashing stretched out his other hand and gently flicked her forehead. You don't have to repeat it. Qin Yen rubbed the spot between her eyebrows as she glanced at him, her beautiful eyes flickering. Then, before Nietian's foot could land on the ground, she gave him a hard tug with her jade-like hand, causing him to tilt to the side. Wah! Yun Nuashing exclaimed. His body spun. Before he could steady himself, he felt a gust of fragrant wind. Then, he threw himself into a soft embrace. Qin Yen hugged him tightly with both hands. She buried her face in his shoulder and took a light sniff. She whispered, It's very warm. A few seconds later, she gently pushed him away and continued to lead him forward. Yun Nuashing didn't react to what this girl was thinking. He tilted his head and followed her without hesitation. He glanced at Qin Yen, who was half a meter ahead of him on the left. A helpless smile appeared on his face. This girl's ears were completely red. Following the lass, they walked on the mountain path and soon arrived at the top of the mountain. There was actually a small residence here. The back of the residence was facing the mountain and was covered by a dense fog. When they first flew over, they didn't see it. This is Raising Immortal Building, the place where the Qin family's patriarch cultivated and recuperated. Usually, only father and I come here. Ordinary elders will not come here if they have nothing to do. Qin Yen said softly. The small house hidden in the fog was only 6 meters tall. It was a 2-story house. It was very small and inconspicuous. Moreover, they could feel a dense energy flow around it. Yun Nuashing felt the fluctuation of arrays in the vicinity. It seemed that there were many arrays hidden under the ground. There are many arrays that condense energy and make people's state of mind peaceful. Yun Nuashing said softly. He walked to her side and looked at the red door in front of him. He could feel a weak life aura inside. He tilted his head and asked, You're that person is inside, right? Qin Yen nodded her head. She is about to die. Her life aura is seriously fading. Qin Yen nodded her head. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and said softly, You want me to save her? I have wishful thinking, but that Qin family's god has also seen it. It is the god that you sensed. Qin Yen and Mei Mao were somewhat gloomy. They didn't seem to have any hope. Long before I was born, Yaer's mother was already bedridden and hasn't recovered. When I was young, I often came here to accompany her. She taught me a lot of things. She suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but look at him with a bitter smile. It seems that everyone's family has some kind of situation. Yun Nuashing pointed at himself and was stunned for a moment. After thinking for a while, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. In Yuan Shi's family, Yuan Shui once made a mistake in her cultivation. Chu Yingzhan's aunt came up from the lower realm and didn't complete the conversion of energy. It left serious sequelae and caused the distortion of her soul. Xian once lost the origin of the 5 elements, and her body would go crazy every once in a while. Needless to say, Ming and Little Purple Soul were the same. They didn't have any memories of the past. Thinking about it, it seemed that everyone had their own problems. It's quite good. Qin Yan was stunned. What did he mean by quite good? But before she could say anything, she saw Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh. At least we're still alive, aren't we? This is just a microcosm of the world. Birth, old age, illness, and death follow the laws of nature. It's just that when something happens, we can still reach out and help. At least we're still alive, still alive. If only I could reach out and touch someone, if only I could pull them back from the underworld. Sigh. He shook his head, and there was a flash of light in his eyes. Qin Yan looked at him in a daze. She reached out her hand and gently rubbed the corner of his eyes. There were only some tears flowing out. Yun Nuashing wrinkled his nose and said, I don't cry and I can't cry. It's just that when I talk about it occasionally, my eyes won't listen to me. You can hear that my voice doesn't sound nasal at all. Go in and have a look. Your mother is still awake. Yun Nuashing tilted his head and pointed at the door. Qin Yan looked at him, and after a while she nodded. She gently pushed the door open and walked in. This was just an ordinary small residence, and it was different from what it looked like from the outside. The interior was decorated like a bamboo house, and the floor and walls were made of flat bamboo. The most ordinary furniture was placed there, and everything was simple. There was a layer of dust on the stairs leading to the second floor. It was unknown how long it had been since someone had set foot there. On the first floor, other than the hall, there were only 2 rooms. The weak aura of life came from those rooms. When I was young, I always felt that this house didn't match the outside. It was a little strange. Qin Yan said softly, This is Qilin immortal bamboo. Yun Nuashing looked at the floor and walls made of emerald green bamboo and couldn't help but exclaim, Girl, this is a bamboo house made of fairy items. They really put in a lot of effort. Qin Yan was stunned for a moment. She had a certain understanding of fairy items by now, but when she heard him say that this house was made of fairy items, she was instantly stunned. Are you sure? Qin Yan shook her head and her body trembled. She looked at the emerald green house in disbelief, and then looked at him in shock. Yun Nuashing glanced at her and reached out to pinch her cheeks. You actually don't believe me? Qin Yan shook her head and quickly dodged his hand. She rubbed her face. It's just a little hard to believe. I often came here when I was young, and I didn't feel that there was anything unusual about this place. Qilin immortal bamboo's effects, other than alchemy, is its second effect. It's best to use it to calm the mind and recuperate, Yun Nuashing said as he lightly tapped on the wall. Ding! The emerald green bamboo made a crisp sound, as if someone had knocked on a crystal. Then, the place he tapped on suddenly lit up with a blue rune, emitting a pale white light. Moreover, the pattern of the rune continued to spread in all directions. When it spread to a certain extent, the originally lit rune gradually dimmed, forming a ring that spread throughout the entire bamboo house, lighting up different runes along the way. Qin Yan noticed that the runes that appeared along the way of the house seemed to form a certain shape. There's no need to guess. Seeing her deep in thought, Yun Nuashing smiled faintly. If these Qilin immortal bamboo came from the same bamboo forest, it will eventually depict the appearance of a real Qilin. It's not something that those fake Qilins can compare to. Qin Yan cocked her head to the side and looked at him. After the light faded, she pulled him towards the room. The 2 of them stepped on the bamboo without making the slightest sound. Even if they slapped the bamboo with all their might, they wouldn't make a sound. The Qilin immortal bamboo will only react if you tap on an energy node with a special force, Yun Nuashing explained. The 2 of them tiptoed to the door of the house. Qin Yan gently pushed the door open. Yun Nuashing also craned his neck to see the situation inside. It was still very ordinary. There was a bamboo bed, a table in the corner, and a few bamboo chairs. There were also a few boxes on the table that looked very new. On the other side, there was a window facing the cloud-shrouded mountain. They could even hear the sweet chirping of birds. It was quiet and elegant. This place was very suitable for recuperation. There was a woman sitting on the bamboo bed. She looked very young, about 25 years old. She was wearing a clean white dress and was extremely beautiful. Her temperament was otherworldly, and her skin was white. However, perhaps because of the slight imperfections in her white skin, her long hair was white. It wasn't the beautiful, silvery white of Ming. Instead, it was a kind of dead and lifeless pale white. It was like an ancient tree that had withered in winter. The green leaves were falling, and the tree was withered. It was alive with a trace of vitality that couldn't be revealed to anyone. She propped her arm on the windowsill and rested her cheek on her palm. She looked out of the window and was in a daze. When she heard the sound, she couldn't help but turn her head and smile faintly. Yen is back. Ye-er's mother. When Qin Yen saw that she was struggling to get off the bed, she hurried over and reached out to support her. She said softly, Yen came back last night, but she was a little confused, so she didn't come to see you. The woman in White's face was also pale and bloodless. Her lips were also white. Her eyes were empty and lifeless. When she stared, it was as if she was looking at a deep black well. She couldn't see anything. Obviously, she was blind. Yun Nuashing looked at her and found that she seemed to be a god master. Although her breath was weak and undetectable, he could see the difference between a god master and an ordinary person. He could see through it at a glance. It was impossible for a beginner god-level person to have any disability on their body. It could only be caused by that injury. It was just that he couldn't see what the injury was. Hi, and the others came to see me yesterday. The woman in white smiled and rubbed Qin Yan's black hair with her white palm. Then she turned her head and looked at Yun Nuashing. She said, Is this your little boyfriend? Qin Yan blushed and didn't say anything. She just turned her head and looked at Yun Nuashing. He also didn't know what to say. In the end, both of them were silent. This made the woman in white slightly surprised. She was just joking. Although she could feel that their mood had changed slightly, they didn't deny it, which surprised her. Hello. Yun Nuashing looked at the lifeless eyes and blinked. He walked closer from the door and said softly, My name is Yun Nuashing. Now, well, I'm taking care of Qin Yan. You. When he came closer, the woman in white was slightly shocked. She used to be an emperor god. Even if she couldn't see with her eyes now, she could still feel things. Her senses were even sharper. She could even notice things that others couldn't. She could feel the extremely terrifying aura on Yun Nuashing's body and the terror that was hidden behind him. It was enough to make the world sink into absolute darkness. He was like a demon king, and he had the power to make people lose all hope. She was shocked. That kind of aura and that kind of darkness were not things that ordinary people could bear. She couldn't see, but she instinctively felt that death was standing in front of her. That person was like the god of death, like a dark monarch. She knew that she couldn't provoke this person in front of her. She didn't know how Yen knew this person, nor did she know whether this person was telling the truth or not. However, she was very calm and didn't panic. Even though half of her body was paralyzed on the bed, she still bowed with great effort. Her voice was clear and steady. Yen, God, please forgive my rudeness. I can't get out of bed to meet you. Qin Yan was stunned. Yun Nuashing was also stunned. He didn't know what this woman saw from him, but no matter what it was enough to kill an ordinary person with just one look. Those things were dark and deep and incomparably frightening. She could still bow, which made him a little, ahem. Don't be like this. I'm familiar with Qin. Yin Nuashing quickly reacted. He stretched out his hands to hold her arms and slowly pressed her back on the bed. He said, No matter what you saw, you don't have to care. I don't care about these things. If I put on airs in front of Qin's elders, she will bite me to death. Qin Yan rolled her eyes at him and whispered in his ear, What's going on? Ye-er's mother, she. It's probably a feeling. Yun Nuashing replied in the soul, "Your mother should have been a high-level god. Even though she lost her vision, the power of her soul has never weakened. People will transfer part of their power that they don't need to use to the part that they need to use, let alone gods. Everyone has the ability to adjust their bodies, self-adjustment. Without her vision, her perception is extraordinarily strong. She probably saw something on me, and she could only see it clearly when she was close to me. But you can't see it, and ordinary gods may not be able to sense it." The woman in white looked at him suspiciously and nodded slightly, but she was still slightly frightened, and cold sweat broke out on her body. "Don't be so nervous." Yun Nuashing did not know whether to laugh or cry. "I had just followed Qin to see you." "Yes." Qin Yan nodded repeatedly, and the fear in the woman's heart weakened. If she was alone, she would not be afraid of anything. If he attacked at this time, the Qin family would have ways to resist him. But with Yenner here, she could not afford to be careless. "Yeah, Er's mother. I want him to take a look at your injury," Qin Yan said after seeing that she had calmed down. The woman in white looked at her quietly and was a little surprised that Yenner, who was so indifferent, would confide in another person. Then she looked at Yun Nuashing and shook her head. She sighed and said, "Qinya thanks you, Supreme God Yin. However, this injury has become a source of trouble. The Supreme God of the Qin family has also taken a look at me, but Er's mother, little Xing, this guy is different. Let him take a look at you." Qin Yan shook her arm and almost called Yun Nuashing by her nickname. She blushed and quickly changed her words. The woman in white pondered for a while. It was not that she was suspicious, but her injury had been seen many times by the people of the Qin family, and no one could cure it. Moreover, the injury had been for a long time, and there were a lot of sequelae. Even if she was cured, it was estimated that she would be like this for the rest of her life. "Anyway, I'm your personal physician. You can ask me to treat anything." Yun Nuashing shrugged helplessly. Yuan, Shi, Chu Yingzhan, and now Qin Yan all thought of him as one of those old medical sages who could bring people back to life. "Well, I can take a look at you, but if you refuse, I won't say anything." Yun Nuashing said softly, "Yeah, Er's mother. Just let him take a look." Qin Yan said softly again. The woman in white frowned slightly. If she refused, she was afraid that Supreme God Heian would do something. She hesitated for a while and could only nod. "Okay." Chapter 1077. It was still the Book of Epics. Yun Nuashing held the golden ball of light with both hands. The gentle golden light shone on the white-clothed woman's face, making her feel very warm. The faint vigilance in her heart had unknowingly dissipated, and she relaxed. Yun Nuashing sighed bitterly in his heart. The Book of Epics that could analyze the world, the void, the sun, the moon, and the stars, and trace back to ancient and modern history had been used by him as a medical encyclopedia to treat difficult and complicated diseases. He felt that if the Book of Epics had a soul, it would probably cry out now. But the Book of Epics originally had such a function. It was not wrong for him to use it this way. He just felt that it was a little overkill. There was no other way. He was now just a god with a false appearance. Or rather, he did not even have a face. Without the Book of Epics, he really could not find a very detailed detection method. Moreover, using the Book of Epics was very fast. Qin Yan held Qin Ya's hand tightly. Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuashing nervously. That day, Chu Yingzhan also looked at him nervously. He did not expect that it would be her turn today. After a while, the light of the Book of Epics gradually returned to normal. Yun Nuashing also opened his eyes. His expression became extremely strange. "How is it?" Qin Yan hurriedly asked when she saw this. Yun Nuashing blinked and looked at her. He smiled bitterly. "How did your family encounter such things? Although this is a common occurrence in the realm of gods, isn't this a little too that?" The white-clothed woman looked at him in confusion. She did not understand what he saw. The laws and concepts collapse. The cause and effect that make up one's integrity is flawed. The God's divinity is contaminated by the power of others, and the soul is damaged. This is not a simple injury. This is not something that can be explained by a simple injury or disaster. Yun Nuashing put away the Book of Epics and smiled bitterly. He looked at Chinya with a gaze full of sympathy and strangeness. Right now, your body is on the border between existence and non-existence. Any small mistake can cause you to fall into the abyss of collapse and be consigned to eternal damnation. You might not even be able to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Could it be that you were seriously injured by God? The injuries of the laws were extremely strange. Those who were injured by them might not even feel that they were injured. Instead, they would feel that a part of their body was missing. A part of their body was empty and uncontrollable. Moreover, the injuries of the laws were extremely painful when they spread. It was as if their body was gradually disappearing and they could no longer feel it. However, on the surface, there was no injury at all. Some people would also call this a scar of the great path, but it was different. After all, the people of this era were the ones who confused the great path of heaven and earth with the laws of the world. In fact, they were two different things. The laws were a limitation of the birth of this world. This world operated according to a law. The great path of heaven and earth was just a self-definition produced by practitioners when they tried to analyze and understand the laws of heaven and earth. It was similar to a saying that the laws of heaven and earth were born by distorting the laws of heaven and earth. Because it was related to one's own cultivation and cultivation, it was called such. If the two were placed in the same place and drawn two circles, then the latter should be dozens of times smaller than the former and should be included in the circle. Yun Nuashing would occasionally say the term Great Path, but it was just to make it easier for Xian and the others to understand. However, he was still not used to it. In his understanding, these were two different things. To be more precise, when ordinary people or even gods tried to analyze, understand, and communicate with the laws of heaven and earth, they only achieved one-sided results, which they called the Great Path. On the other hand, the laws of heaven and earth were all the laws that belonged to the divine realm and were limited to the first macro world. One day, when those people reached the God level, they would probably turn around and scoff at what he had said. Hearing this completely different result from what she had heard before, Chinya's expression changed slightly and became even gloomier. Although she didn't quite understand what the concept of the laws of heaven and earth had collapsed, she had once been an emperor god and had mastered the power of the laws. She knew how terrifying that power was. Little star! Qin Yan's pretty face turned slightly pale. She had been following him for a long time, so she knew a lot of things that she didn't know in advance. Therefore, she knew more than Chinya how serious the situation was. Her pretty face instantly turned pale, seeing that she was so frightened that her body swayed and looked like she was about to fall. Yun Nuashing quickly reached out and caught her. He smiled bitterly and said, "Calm down. Don't let another one fall before you recover." Huh! Qin Yan was stunned. Her expression eased a lot, and she asked, "Can I?" "Sigh. It's not a matter of whether I can or not. I told you before that if this happened to me, even if there was only a 30% chance of success, I would still try my best. However, she is not me." Yun Nuashing scratched his head in distress and said, "Yes, I have a way, and the success rate is quite high for me. Among all the things that I have encountered, there is a 50% chance of success. If it were me, I would laugh until I fainted. However, she is your mother and a member of your family. There are some decisions that need to be made by neither her nor you. Do you understand what I mean?" Qin Yan gritted her teeth and nodded silently. She understood what he meant. She was afraid that she would have to ask her father, Qin Hai, about this matter. However, her father, her mother, and Er's mother were all very good friends. How could they allow someone who was half a family member to do this? Moreover, there was only a 50% chance of success. This time, it was different from the time with Chu Changping. This time, it would be really dangerous. Even if he used the power of the pillar of creation, it would not be better. That broken pillar only had the simple ability to carry out 3 steps, which was less functional than some other advanced matrix devices. It might be easier for him to do it himself, but this could not change the fact that there was a 50% chance of success. If he failed, Qin Hai and the others would probably eat him alive. So this matter, the collapse of the concept of rules. This kind of damage to the rules once it starts. I just said that your existence wavers between existence and non-existence. Once it starts, even if it's just an attempt, there is no turning back. There are only 2 outcomes. You can live or die. There is no such thing as being half dead. Girl, I can't help you with this matter. Yun Nuoxing shook his head helplessly. If his strength had recovered to a certain extent, as long as he retained his soul, he would be able to solve any kind of injury. At most, he would leave a trace of his soul to be reconstructed and resurrected. Unfortunately, he had not reached that level yet. Fortunately, the collapse of the concept of rules had not affected his soul for the time being, so there was still a way. However, looking at the extent of the collapse, sooner or later, it would affect his soul. If it really reached that stage, it would be even more troublesome, and the failure rate would also be higher. Damage to the rules was very difficult to deal with. The gods themselves could solve the damage to the rules on their own souls, but how to treat others was a problem. In the ancient times, many gods were worried to death in this aspect. It was said that doctors could not treat themselves, but in this aspect, it was the other way around. Doctors could save themselves, but at the same time, they could also kill their patients. He hated being caught in this kind of entanglement the most. On one hand, it was his friend, well, his ambiguous friend's family. On the other hand, it was the ordinary success rate which made him dizzy. Because this was a very serious matter, and he himself was not very confident, he told them everything without giving an ambiguous answer. In the end, they would still be the ones making the decision. He could help. And even if he failed, it would not be a problem for him to bear some responsibility. He just wanted to make it clear. After all, he was playing with other people's lives this time, not his own. Yun Nuoxing sighed again and said, also, don't move. Don't kneel down. If you kneel down, how are you going to live? He saw that this girl's legs kept moving. If he had not hugged her, she might have already done that by now. And Qin Yan's sudden change in expression also confirmed his thoughts. This girl might have really had that kind of thought just now. Qin Yan's expression was gloomy. She was not an unreasonable person. She knew what he was worried about, and she knew that this was not something that she could decide on her own. Just now, she was frightened by the serious consequences that he said, so she was stunned for a moment. Now that he had reminded her a few times, she calmed down a little. Little star, is there really no safer way? Qin Yan asked softly in her soul. Her voice was soft and somewhat pleading. Yun Nuoxing sighed softly in his soul. Qin girl, you're not that crazy girl Chu Yingzhan. It's fine if I'm just joking with her, but what I just told you is the most accurate answer. There are originally only 2 outcomes, to live and recover, to die and collapse. A person can't be in the situation of living and dying, so there's only a 50% chance. This is the limit of the laws of the world. Even if there's only a soul left, it can still be defined as living. So the other 50%, you can treat it as the death of the body and the destruction of the soul. The damage to the concept of the laws is not as simple as you think. Qin Yan and Mei Mao became increasingly gloomy. When Yun Nuoxing saw this, he could not bear to see her like this. He hurriedly said, if you don't pay attention to it, your Qin Yan can still live for a few hundred years. But that's it for the rest of her life. Slowly, she won't be able to feel the existence of her body. When the body is destroyed from the concept of rules, it will be the soul's turn. All right, I won't say any more. When he saw her eyes becoming increasingly gloomy, he could only stop, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Yun Nuoxing let out a long sigh. He patted her shoulder lightly and said softly, accompany your mother. I'll wait for you outside." After he finished speaking, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he looked straight at Qin Yan. When he saw her nod gently, he patted her head again. Then he stood up and walked out of the small house. When he walked out of the bamboo house and passed through the red door with his back facing her, he took a light breath and said softly, "Uncle Qin, come out. I know you're here." As if he was talking to himself, a weak wave of energy spread out, causing the clouds in front of him to tumble. The thick clouds dissipated, and a large group of people landed in front of him. The two people in the lead were naturally Qin Hai and Qin Yan's mother. Behind them, there were 10 to 20 god emperors. Qin Hai was stunned. Uncle Qin, you guys are... Qin Hai sensed the situation in the bamboo house. When he saw Qin Yan and Qin Yi talking, he was also stunned. He smiled bitterly and waved his hand to ask the god emperors to leave. Then he said, "Just now, ye suddenly transmitted a dangerous thought to me. I thought something had happened to you. See, I was so anxious that I called a group of people over. This is the Qin clan's territory. If something really happened, it would be a huge matter." When Yun Nuashing heard this, he only felt depressed. He couldn't help but look back at the door. Then he sighed. Fine, they actually treated him as a dangerous person and guarded against him. This made him feel a little unhappy. Wasn't it just that his aura was a little darker and he was a little more dangerous in the past? Now he was openly visiting them. Ahem, Uncle Qin, let's not talk in riddles. It's troublesome to talk in circles. Yun Nuashing shrugged. Then he crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. He said softly, "Well, anyway, you should have heard the sound inside. I didn't turn on the shield just now. After all, this is the Qin clan's home. I don't use energy if there's nothing." When they heard this, Qin Hai and Qin Yan's mother's expressions turned serious. They looked at each other. Qin Hai scratched his head and said, "Little guy, I really don't understand you now. Who exactly are you?" "Who do you think I am, Uncle Qin?" Yun Nuashing replied with a faint smile. "Spiritual divine body? The young master of the 9 deities temple?" Yun Nuashing shrugged. It seemed that Sister Jean and the others did not say anything. However, this was normal. His identity was considered an absolute secret of the 9 deities temple. "Then I'm the spiritual divine body and the young master of the 9 deities temple," Yun Nuashing said with a smile. "I'm me. I've never changed." Qin Hai laughed bitterly. Qin, you had made such a big commotion just now. It was obvious that she was extremely frightened. After being with her for so many years, he naturally knew that the girl's senses and spiritual sense were very sharp and powerful. Although he was not sure what had happened just now, Yaer's cry of Supreme Guardian had frightened both of them. Qin Yan's mother wrinkled her nose. Suddenly, she walked forward quickly and quietly to Yun Nuashing. He tilted his head and looked at her. Then he laughed and said, Then, in the next second, Qin Yan's mother suddenly reached out her hand as fast as lightning. She grabbed Yun Nuashing's face and pulled it with all her might. He cried out in pain, and his colorful hair stood on end. "Qin Hai!" After pulling his face, Qin Yan's mother walked back. She looked at her hand faintly. Then she looked at Yun Nuashing, who was jumping up and down in pain. Then she nodded at Qin Hai and said, "He's just a child." Qin Hai took a deep breath and said, cough, cough, "Do you have a way to deal with Yaer's matter?" Qin Hai coughed softly and asked seriously. Yun Nuashing gasped and rubbed his face. When he heard Qin Hai's voice, he quickly regained his serious expression. However, he still covered his face with one hand and said, "You heard it clearly just now. There's a 50% chance. Besides, Uncle Qin, are you sure you want to leave it to an outsider?" "What are you talking about? You're half a member of the Qin family now," Qin Hai said seriously as he glared at him. Yun Nuashing laughed dryly. Then his expression became serious. After muttering to himself for a while, he said, "There's no way to increase the success rate. After the entire process starts, there will only be 2 outcomes, life or death. This is something that cannot be transcended from the natural order. God emperors can only use the power of natural order. They can't transcend the natural order. They're not like gods who can control their own outcomes. She should have been heavily injured by a god-level power, right? A complete god-level array. A direct hit. Qin Hai's expression was serious as he nodded. That was something that happened many years ago. Even now, when he thought about it, his face still turned pale. He had never felt as hopeless as he did that day. What made him feel even more hopeless was when he saw her appear in front of him. At that moment, his heart was about to break. There's not much difference. Yun Nuoxing sighed and said she was already lucky that she didn't die at that time. You said it yourself. In a few hundred years, at most, she will die from the injuries caused by the natural order. Why don't we take a gamble? Qin Hai smiled faintly. However, the smile on his face was very forced. You have to think carefully. If you don't touch her, she can live for at least a few hundred years. If you fail, you won't even have a few hundred years left. Yun Nuoxing's voice was solemn. He was just confirming. Since Qin Hai had said so, he must have made the necessary preparations. Seeing him nod, Yun Nuoxing also nodded heavily. They all understood the principle behind it. Yun Nuoxing did not delay any further. He pushed open the door and said, "There's no time to lose. Let's begin now." Huh. Qin Hai and Mother Qin were both stunned. Don't we need to prepare anything? Materials or something like that. Injuries caused by the natural order can't be treated with medicinal pills. Unless there's some extremely special and unorthodox medicinal pills. Unfortunately, I don't have any on me. You probably don't have any either. Materials are also very rare. Furthermore, the success rate of those medicinal pills will be even lower. To put it bluntly, medicinal pills can treat internal and external injuries. Qin Hai sighed softly. You still say that you're not a doctor. Yun Nuoxing was about to cry when he heard this. Uncle Qin, I'm really not a doctor. The door was gently pushed open, causing Qin Yan and Qin Ye to turn their gazes. When they saw Yun Nuoxing and Qin Hai walking in together, the former was stunned, while the latter was not surprised. Father, why are you here? Qin Yan stood up in confusion. Then she saw Yun Nuoxing's helpless and solemn expression. She also saw the heavy expressions on her parents' faces. This made her heart skip a beat. As smart as she was, she understood something in an instant. Qin Hai and Mother Qin rubbed her face. Then they gestured to her. The two of them sat by the bed and whispered something to the woman in white. Qin Yan looked at them in a daze. Then she turned around and walked to Yun Nuoxing. She raised her head and looked at him. She opened her mouth, but she gritted her teeth tightly. She did not say anything. She just looked at him with a pair of hopeful eyes. Yun Nuoxing reached out and hugged the girl who had something to say, but did not say anything. He said softly, "Just believe in your mother. You trust her very much, don't you?" Qin Yan nodded. However, she was stunned after hearing this. She looked at him in confusion. She felt that there was something wrong with his words. Xiao Yun, we're ready. Qin Hai turned around and saw the two figures sticking together. He was slightly stunned, but his voice was still solemn. Do I need to do anything? Qin Ye asked. Yun Nuoxing rubbed Qin Yan's black hair. He walked to the bed and looked out of the window. Suddenly he said, "The scenery here is not bad. It's quiet and elegant. The outside world is still very exciting. You want to live, right?" Qin Ye looked at him in confusion. She did not quite understand what he meant, but she still nodded. Yun Nuoxing also nodded. Then hold on to this obsession. Don't let go. Think more about beautiful things. Think about the source of power that has supported you for thousands of years. Maybe you can cut through the darkness and catch that ray of light. Then I'll start. Yun Nuoxing closed his eyes and took a deep breath. 6 colorful wings spread out from his back. Round balls the size of a fist appeared in midair and slowly rotated above Qinya. They represented the combination of 13 types of energy. The rotating radiance sprinkled on her body, making her feel a power that seemed to come from the world. Buzz. Yun Nuashing slowly opened his eyes. His 2 eyeballs had already turned into 2 dark purple fireballs. Endless energy and the power of rules crazily condensed in his hands. In the end, it condensed into a dark purple scepter that was 2 meters long. It was blurry, and its true appearance could not be seen clearly. Behind him, 5 extremely dim divine halos quietly appeared. The appearance of the 5 divine halos made Qin Hai and the others tremble in their hearts. They almost suffocated as their eyes widened. Ding! Yun Nuashing did not pay attention to them. He gently waved the scepter in his right hand. Hanging on the scepter, something that looked like a bell or a string of beads shook and made a crisp sound. His colorful long hair began to fade, and the dark purple scepter became even more resplendent. The 13 source pearls left Qinya and entered the scepter. He gently shook the scepter and then slowly lowered it. The tip of the scepter was gently held in front of Qinya's forehead. The order of reincarnation and karma has appeared in your eyes. You are nothing and everything. Time is infinite. The rules are determined by heaven, and the void is boundless. My words reverse all the established principles in the world. At this moment, time has stopped, the rules are disordered, and the void is disintegrated. Your eyes emit the hope of light. Your path leads to the darkness of death. Chaos and light intertwine. Your reality will collapse from the soul to the only result. It was as if he had become a life form of energy. His voice trembled slightly and was ethereal. It seemed to have come from the source of time and transcended the world. No rules could analyze the voice he made. Go and find yourself. Chapter 1078. This was a very mystical process. Even though Yun Nuashing himself did not see anything mystical about it, as he had transformed into a body of laws. From his point of view, everything would either be acknowledged or denied. Thus, he could not see any difference. However, it was completely different in the eyes of others, such as Qin Hai and the others. This was also the first time that Qin Yen had faced such a scene. In her days, she seemed to have seen the beginning of the creation of the world. A flash of light appeared in the void, and a thin film separated the inside from the outside world. A torrent of energy washed over the new world. It was very mystical and indescribable. Her body and mind felt as if they were about to sink into it. This was a domain that she could not understand. This was a light that she could not see through. Every flash of light carried a huge amount of information that was enough to cause the spirit of a godly emperor to collapse. It was also as if she saw the scene of the world collapsing. The world that had been burning for hundreds of billions of years suddenly collapsed from a sky full of starlight into a grain of rice. Everything disappeared. Then, everything in her line of sight really disappeared. The sky full of starlight, the boundless void, and the dazzling brilliance disappeared. Only Yun Nuashing was left standing quietly in front of her. She gloomily pulled at her long hair, which only had 1/3 of its color left. As for Qinya, she had already fainted. Now it's up to her. Yun Nuashing sighed softly and waved her hand weakly. Whether the part that makes up herself and the soul that makes up herself can search for it on her own, whether she wakes up or disintegrates will depend on whether her willpower is strong enough. Her existence had begun to collapse from the concept of laws. She had already lost a part of herself. At this moment, she was sent into the concept of laws to search for the part of herself that she had lost. If everything went well, he would see her return in one piece in less than a day. If things did not go well, he still felt that Qin Hai would eat him alive. You can stay by her side and let her feel more hope of living. Perhaps the probability of her waking up will be higher. Yun Nuashing tilted her head and nodded at Qin Hai and the others. Yawning, she walked towards the door and said, "I'm tired. I'm going to rest." Qin Hai and the others were still in a daze. It wasn't until Yun Nuashing spoke that they snapped out of their daze. They looked at Yun Nuashing, who was sauntering toward the door, with a strange look in their eyes. They wondered if they were hallucinating. They rubbed their eyes hard and winked at Qin Yan. Only then did Qin Yan come to her senses and hurriedly chase after him. "This kid did I see wrongly just now?" When the two of them left the bamboo house, Qin Hai had a strange expression on his face. In that instant, he seemed to have seen 5 divine rings. With his Qin family's many records, he naturally understood what it meant if it really was a divine ring. Moreover, he indeed felt an irresistible power, so it shouldn't be fake. You saw it too, so it shouldn't be wrong. Mother Qin slowly retracted her gaze and looked at Qinya, who was lying on the bed. Her expression was gentle as she said to Qin Hai, "We'll ask Yenner about it when the time comes." Now, Qin Hai nodded and retracted his gaze. It was the same mountain path as before, but this time Yun Nuashing and Qin Yan were walking back. Yun Nuashing looked more miserable and dispirited. She looked a little depressed and absent-minded. She was supported by Qin Yan as she walked slowly. Qin Yan supported her with force. She couldn't help but turn her head and say softly, "Thank you." Yun Nuashing nodded weakly. After a while, she reacted and said, "It's too early to say that. If it fails, your family will kill me." Qin Yan didn't comment and didn't continue on this topic. "Where do you want to go?" "Sleep. I want to find a good place to sleep." Qin Yan nodded slightly and said, "Then I'll send you back to your family's Xian's place. By the way, I'll be scolded by them." Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh. She couldn't help but snicker. After going out and coming back with white hair, she would definitely be lectured. As expected, as soon as Yun Nuashing and Qin Yan returned to the palace and saw Xian and the others in the living room, they also turned their heads and saw the two of them walking in. Then, thousands of letters flew all over the place. The group of people was dumbfounded. It was as if they had gone out and been squeezed dry before bringing them back. Seeing this, they instantly had dozens of ideas. Any one of them could turn the palace upside down. Crash! Qin Yan tossed the letter in her hand onto a nearby table, and Ziyan and Homing hurriedly ran to their side. When they saw Yun Nuashing's dispirited appearance, especially his hair, which was only a tenth of its original color, they were both shocked. They hurriedly took him from Qin Yan's hands and asked, What happened to him?" "Nothing. I borrowed your little star for a while. Didn't you feel the fluctuation of godly right just now?" Qin Yan laughed dryly. Chu Yingzhan came over in surprise and grabbed Qin Yan's shoulder. She exclaimed, "How did you torture him just now?" As soon as she said this, everyone in the living room finally collapsed to the ground. Qin Yan's face had an unchanging smile, but her forehead was starting to turn black at a speed visible to the naked eye. She raised her hand and Chu Yingzhan flew out. Her head hit the sofa, her legs stretched out, and she stopped moving. Seeing that Yun Nuashing was swaying back and forth, her eyelids were fighting, and even her brain was about to stop working, Xian and Ming hurriedly carried her out of the living room. They had strolled around nearby and found a place to rest. Now was the time to use it. While Xian and Ming carried Yun Nuashing into the room, Qin Yan quickly explained the situation in her soul. Only then did everyone realize what had happened. Then they all calmed down. Little Star was too soft-hearted. In the end, he would definitely help. It was just that this matter involved too many people, so he needed others to guarantee it. Let's not talk about that. What's with these letters? Qin Yan waved her hand and casually picked up a letter floating in front of her. She casually opened it with her slender fingers. "Have you been bombarded by my family suitors?" "No." Feng Er shook her head helplessly. And said, "These letters are for Chu Qin, but they were originally for Xingxing. There will be a banquet in the sacred hall tonight. Please come with the goddess. Qin Yen looked at the letter in her hand. Her expression was strange, but she felt that it was quite normal. Being air patted little magic in her arms. The little guy nimbly ran to Qin Yen with a letter in his mouth and winked at her. The latter smiled and rubbed his soft fur. She took the letter and casually opened it. Then, within 3 seconds, her pretty face turned dark. She tore the letter into pieces and threw it to Feng Air. The latter immediately lit a fire, seeing the helpless and bitter faces of the people in the living room. Qin Yen finally understood why they were all so listless. They must have been disturbed by these things, especially when she saw that there was a portrait of Chu Qin in the letter. She understood even more why the young man was pacing back and forth in the living room with a manic look. It seemed that he had been mistaken, but it was no wonder. He was the only male in their team. Well, the other one did not look like him at all. Walala! A sound like paper being flipped sounded in the living room. Qin Yen saw that Chu Qin and the others had goosebumps all over their bodies. Then they looked at the door of the living room as if they were looking at an enemy. She could not help but look over as well. A group of letters. Yes, it was really a group of letters. They rushed over like a flock of birds from afar. F***CK. Here they come again. Chu Chen's black hair stood up as if it had been struck by lightning. Qin Yen was just about to attack when the letters piled up neatly on the floor of the living room. At a glance, there were hundreds of letters. She was speechless. What are these people thinking? Even Bing Air could not help but say such a sentence with a dark face. Is this a new type of mental harassment attack? Qin Yen smiled bitterly and helplessly. This is where the family heads of the past lived. It is the spiritual sustenance of the entire Qin family. Without permission, no one is allowed to barge in. No one is allowed to make a ruckus here. Otherwise, they will be severely punished by the Qin family. Then they came up with such a thing. Chu Yingzhan dangled a letter between 2 fingers. Can I sue them for mental harassment? Everyone smiled bitterly. Casually flipping through the new pile of letters, the content was similar. Qin Yen was speechless. She could not help but look at Chu Qin. Aren't you going to rebut them? Chu Qin lifted his dark face from behind the letter. With a gloomy face, he crumpled the letter into a ball and threw it at Feng. It was burned to ashes. Only then did he sigh with a relaxed expression. Big Brother Yun is quite nice to me. He doesn't like these troublesome things. If there are too many of them, his emotions will become unstable easily. Then I'll block them for him for a while. It's not a problem. Have you completely become that idiot's little fan? Chu Yingzhan's face was filled with black lines. She didn't know why her younger brother and sister worshipped that crazy person so much. Fine, if that guy didn't get crazy and just casually sat somewhere with a better view, it would be a perfect view from every angle. If he drew it and took it to a competition, he would be the champion for several hundred years. He was beautiful, he could fight and resist, and he was also a mysterious god. If word got out, tens of thousands of people would throw themselves at him. Sister Xian, are you thinking about something strange? Seeing Chu Yingzhan's pretty face turn red, then black, then purple, then green, Chu Chun trembled all over and suddenly felt that his life was in danger. He quickly moved 5 or 6 meters away from her, and Chu Xianling also silently moved to Feng Er's side for safety. Only then did Chu Qin ask in a trembling voice. No. Chu Yingzhan shook her head violently. Qin Yen quickly flipped through the letters. After confirming that 80% of them were useless, she called softly, Feng Er. Then, with a swing of her hand, she threw thousands of letters to Feng Er like a fairy scattering flowers. Feng Er nodded slightly. She did not even need to move. The letters that were 3 meters away from her all burned automatically. In a short while, thousands of letters were burned to ashes. It was clean and environmentally friendly. There was really no ash left, but it made the temperature of the hall slightly higher. Qin Yen clapped her hands lightly. She smiled at Chu Qin and said, In those letters there are many young experts from the Qin family. They range from demigod level to mid-level gods. The range of age is as high as 6,000 to 7,000 years. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen's face turned green. However, this wasn't the end of it. Qin Yen continued with a smile. There are also some combatants from the Thousand Ascension Army, which is the main defensive force of the Qin clan. Even the most ordinary soldiers in the army are at least at the demigod rank, and they are all elites in this realm. I won't go into the details of the rest, as I don't think you'll want to know. Ahem. Chu Qin coughed heavily. With his hands behind his back, he sighed and shook his head. I am only a soldier. However, my heart is not on the battlefield. I only want to enjoy the beautiful scenery. As for the rest, I will leave it to Big Brother Yin. Ouch! Before he could finish his sentence, he was punched by a furious Chu Yingzhan. Chu Yingzhan could not help but roll her eyes. Can you be more shameless? Chu Qin scratched his head and laughed dryly. Qin Yin shook her head and sighed. Little Star's combat strength is out of the norm. If we include him, will there still be anyone at the beginner god level? Everyone nodded thoughtfully. It seemed to make sense. So, are you going to the St. Hall's banquet tonight? Feng Er took a sip of tea and asked calmly. I think I have to show my face. Qin Yen sighed helplessly. Although I really don't want to go, there is a letter with the St. Hall seal. I have to go at least to show my appreciation. What is the St. Hall seal? Is it related to the St. Hall? Chu Qin jumped onto the sofa curiously. The St. Hall. Just treat it as a place like the Elder Parliament. It has a lot of decision-making power in the Qin family. Qin Yen shrugged. She took out the letter that was left at the side and placed it on the table in front of her. Everyone gathered around and saw that there was a golden seal on the letter. There were many patterns in the seal, and it looked like a sleeping snake with wings. The content of the letter was much more formal. It was not like the other brainless provocations. It was also very simple. It was just a gathering of a group of young people. This time, Qin Yen had reached the beginner god level early and broke the record. Many elders attached great importance to her. They wanted her to share her experience with others, especially those who were still in the demigod level and were a few times older than Qin Yen. To put it bluntly, they saw that you broke through so quickly and wanted you to share your cultivation experience. It might be helpful to those who have been in the demigod level for a long time. But Chu Qin jumped back after reading the letter. He lay on the sofa and mumbled, but he did not finish his sentence. He had heard a lot from his sister and understood a lot. The matter of the Jie Su secret realm was no exception. Qin Yen nodded bitterly. The reason why she had broken through the time limit and entered the early god grade ahead of time was because she had broken through in that place, which contained the essence of a heaven god's lifetime cultivation. Moreover, almost half of the elders knew that she was cultivating a high-level godly technique of unknown origin. When she came back last night, she was dragged by a group of elders and her father to undergo the baptism of the beginner god level. They also checked her at the same time. It was similar to the time when the Golden Princess helped her to check her potential at the Nine Deities Temple. Many people present knew about the strong waves of the godly technique. It shocked the god of the Qin family so much that he opened his eyes. If she reached the beginner god level, the god of the Qin family would probably jump out of his seat. That godly technique had a weak wave of divinity and godly authority. Once it was activated, it would be revealed. Ordinary, godly techniques did not have such an effect. She could not expose yin-washing. This was not the Nine Deities Temple. Who knew what would happen if she said it? What if she offended Little Star and the Qin family? She did not even dare to think about it. So, are we going? Bing Er played with her blue-blonde hair and asked casually, Yes, we have to go. Qin Yen nodded with a troubled smile on her face. It was obvious that she was reluctant. However, she had to go. The St. Hall had a lot of influence and decision-making power in the Qin family. This letter was said to be for Chu Qin, but it was more accurate to say that it was for her. However, she was not sure if it was sent by the elders of the St. Hall or the young experts in the St. Hall. There were a total of 10 young experts there. If more than half of them agreed, the St. Hall seal would be issued. They also had a vote when voting on important matters in the family. However, 7 people had to agree before they could cast a vote. They were the 10 elites of the Qin family. However, the young experts here generally referred to those below 100,000 years old. If they were converted to realms, they would be below the god or underworld realm. Therefore, these 10 people would not remain unchanged forever. Well, you don't have to go. The St. Hall seal is only effective on me. You are the guests of the Qin family and have no right to order you. Qin Yan shook her head. Hey, however, if you don't go, you will have a lot of difficulties. It's not easy to be a goddess, especially when you're involved in some kind of trouble. A burst of undisguised laughter came from the door, causing everyone to be stunned. They turned their heads in unison and saw 2 people walking in side by side. One of them was wearing a snow-white robe, looking as elegant as the wind, while the other had a crazy smile on his handsome face. He was wearing black clothes, had black hair, and had black eyes. When the 2 of them stood together, they looked like the black and white impermanence. The loud laughter came from the latter, and he even kicked the door open. Yuan Shi, Nightmare, you are here. Didn't you say that there would be other people coming? Chu Chen was so excited that he cried. With these 2 people who were more handsome and gentlemanly than him, he did not need to be a shield anymore. Probably, why would they come? Yuan Shi smiled bitterly and shook his head. When we went back, Qin Yan said that the Qin family did not tell other forces and wanted to keep a low profile. So, there was no need to bring people here. It won't be too late to come when the wedding is going on. Then, as soon as I entered the house, my sister and the others dragged me away and asked about me. I almost couldn't get out. Huh? Did your family force you to get married? Chu Yingzhan teased. No way. If that was the case, I would have called you. Yuan, she smiled bitterly. My sister threw a tantrum and insisted on changing places with me. She didn't want to take care of things and asked me to go back to take care of it. She wanted to go out with Little Star to play. My father saw that I was already a beginner god with a god spirit body and thought it was okay. It was time to change people, so he agreed to my sister's request. Then, my little follower sent me a message before the news spread. I quickly dismantled the voice transmission token and ran away as fast as I was being chased by Little Star. I think my sister will be furious. As he spoke, his face turned ashen. He could not help but cry. He could foresee that the next time he went back, his buttocks would be smacked into 8 pieces. Everyone was also in tears when they heard this. It's not easy. Bullshit. Before I returned to the Alliance's camp, I received news that I didn't need to go anymore. I was just about to turn around and run away when I was caught. They kept me in the Alliance and said that I didn't do my duty as the son of God. My demon body is already a beginner god with a god spirit body and a god spirit body. It's time for me to take care of the Alliance's affairs. My head hurts. I haven't even gone to Little Divine Land. Nightmare looked like he was about to break down. He scratched his face with both hands. Everyone sighed. It's not easy for you either. Nightmare and Yuan, she sighed. It's not easy. Didn't he run away with his life just to follow Yin washing around? He didn't realize it before, but now he felt that following him around to play and cultivate was much more comfortable than staying at home. Chapter 1079. Scarlet moonlight spilled across the land. It was moonlight from a different dimension that had penetrated through all obstacles. The entire mountain range was dyed a faint red. Against the dark forest, the gentle breeze swayed gently. It was a rather frightening scene, but everyone was used to it, so they didn't think much of it. After all, there was another type of life in the realm of the gods that only needed this red moonlight. It was beneficial to them, and it didn't hinder the growth of other life forms. The moonlight shone on the huge stone floating in the air, casting a huge shadow on the mountain range. At the center of the circular mountain range with a gap in it, a group of heavenly palaces stood in great numbers. When the faint red moonlight fell on their walls, it reflected a strange brilliance like a mirror, forming a gorgeous curtain of light in the air. These palaces all carried traces of an ancient aura and were brightly lit. Even the hidden palace on the highest celestial mountain emitted a faint brilliance that penetrated the mist. "Why did you drag me to the banquet? Yawn. And why are you two back so soon?" Outside an exceptionally grand and luxurious ancient palace, a group of people sat in the long corridor that extended from both sides. They were dressed in extremely formal and luxurious robes. The figure with half of his hair snow white was unnaturally twisting his body. A few pairs of small white hands were constantly tidying up his slightly messy clothes due to his discomfort. "Haha, I missed you. I can't stay at home anymore. If I stay any longer, you won't be able to see me for 10 years. But if I run out this time, I'll be bitten to death by my big sister the next time I go back. Starting from my arm, there's an 80% chance that my whole body will be cut into 100 pieces and eaten by my family." "Yuan," she said with a smile. She didn't look like she was worried about being killed when she returned. The white robe she was wearing was different from usual. It was very beautiful, and she had an extraordinary aura. She looked very confident. "Zian Ming. Hey, I really don't fit these. No, don't touch there. Huh. Since you're all dressed, let me adjust myself. Wah." Everyone couldn't help but sigh as they watched Yun Nuashing being tidied up by Zian, Ming, Feng, and Bing Er. "Brother, pay attention to your image." Although there was no one here, and the barrier was activated. As for why they were tidying up here, that was actually not the reason. Originally, when they were tidying up at Qin Yan's house, Yun Nuashing felt uncomfortable all over and made a fuss, so they had no choice but to stop here to tidy up. "There are 10,000 dragons roaring in my head. They're making a mess. Let me rest for a while. Look at my hair. Girl, don't tie my waist so tightly. It's going to break. I'm very slim to begin with." Yun Nuashing mumbled uncomfortably all over and kept tugging at his chest. The patterns of these clothes were too complicated and formal. It was obvious that there was a shadow of a formal dress inside, but it wasn't just that. It was very luxurious and gorgeous. Yuan Shi, Nightmare, and Qin Yan, who were born in rich families, had to personally wrap it up. Moreover, it took a lot of effort to choose these clothes. This was the rhythm of using power to oppress others. It had to be in line with the temperament of the 13 otherworldly experts. What a shameful name. Who gave this name at the beginning? Yun Nuashing couldn't help but complain. Just now, this name had been decided before he woke up. Although he didn't have to call it that, it was just a way of calling himself. Yes, as for how the word otherworldly experts came about, wandering away from the world, this was what it meant. It was said that Little Moon shouted this name, and then everyone agreed to it. But did you forget? Goo, I'm dying. Relax a little. Among the 13 of us, there are 5 who aren't human. Me, Ming, Feng, Bing Er, and you are. Yun Nuashing gasped for breath after saying a word. He was being strangled. Speaking of which, he really didn't understand. They were already wearing these clothes, so why were Zian and Ming still struggling behind him? Hey, don't worry, boss. This is just a self-title. At most, we'll promise you that we won't say it out loud. Devil Nightmare chuckled. His tight black robe with demonic runes made him look like a core member of some underground organization. As for Chu Chin, he had also been ruined by him to the point where he was almost the same. If you don't like it, you can call it 13 stars. This name suits your temperament, Chu Yingzhan said as she flipped through her long gloves. The girls were also wearing short skirts, long skirts, or a combination of windbreakers and long skirts. They looked more graceful and elegant than ever before. They were incomparably beautiful, with a hint of fierceness and heroic spirit. On this special occasion, Yun Nuashing also managed to escape from Zian and the other girls. It was rare for him to wear men's clothes. It was just that it wasn't what he was wearing. I say, idiot, why do you look like a girl even when you're wearing this? Chu Yingzhan covered her face speechlessly. This was indeed men's clothing, proper men's clothing. The long robe and long cape were black with colorful patterns. The black contained the colors of the star domain, and it looked like he was staring at a starry sky. The colorful patterns were based on the divine runes on his body and the unique symbol of the 9 deities' temple. They were made in a rush in the afternoon with the help of Zian, who was most familiar with his body size. Yun Nuashing almost vomited blood when she saw this. He could walk without fixing it, and it fit him perfectly. What exactly did this girl do to his body? However, the clothes that were supposed to set off his majestic, mysterious, and elegant appearance made everyone spit out water when they saw him from the front. He looked like a 16-year-old girl wearing the most beautiful gown to get married. What was going on? In the end, everyone unanimously agreed that half of his face was used to confuse people, and it was hopeless. No matter how hard Zian and the other girls tried, they couldn't make him look more masculine. They couldn't even take off the pair of amethyst earrings. In the end, they could only give up helplessly. It was useless no matter how hard they tried, so they might as well just stick to his original appearance. Then let's go in. Yuan, she waved his hand. Yun Nuashing shook his head, helplessly. He was still having a headache. After the barrier was removed, the voices outside quietly approached his ears again. Yuan, she was just about to open the door when he saw a black shadow flash past in front of him. He was stunned for a moment, and then he heard a loud bang, and the door opened. Bang! Everyone. We're not going to cause trouble. However, they panicked for a moment and immediately recovered. They put on a haughty expression. Those people had sent them a bunch of letters. Other than provocation, there was more provocation. Even if they really agreed to participate in this so-called Holy Hall banquet, they definitely couldn't show weakness. Just like now, there was no one in the empty hall. They were just putting on an act for the air to see. I was still in the posture of kicking the door. When she saw that there was no one in the grand hall, she almost sprained her waist. Yun Nuashing silently looked at Qin Yan, who was covering her face, and sighed softly. Little Qin, is this really the Holy Hall? Yes, it's here. Qin Yan nodded repeatedly. She looked around and then looked into the distance. That's right. This is the place where the Holy Hall banquet is held. This entire place is the Holy Hall. Qin Yan stretched out her finger and drew a circle, including the mountain peak they were on and a mountain range slightly further away. Then she pointed at the hall in front of them. This is the place where the Holy Hall banquet is held. Look, it's all prepared inside. Maybe the people haven't arrived yet? Yuan, she leaned in to take a look. Sure enough, he saw a row of tables and chairs with many wine jugs and wine jars. All kinds of delicacies were placed on the tables. Obviously, they didn't go to the wrong place. There's no energy fluctuation in the space. There's nothing unusual. They must have arrived early. Yun Nuashing shook her head, helplessly. She couldn't help but cover her face. She had acted out a stupid play, and there was no audience. 1 minute later, the 13 people sat at the table gloomily. They looked at each other gloomily and couldn't help but lower their heads and sigh. Some covered their faces and sighed. Yun Nuashing drank a mouthful of tea and lay on the table gloomily. In just 1 minute, they had changed from the arrogant and noble 13 stars to the 13 idiots who talked to the air. They were so gloomy that they couldn't say anything. Sigh. The 13 people sighed faintly. What was the reason for today? Yan, why are you here so quickly? A voice suddenly came from the door on the other side. Everyone trembled and immediately sat up straight. Qin Yan turned around and saw a white-haired woman slowly walking over. She couldn't help but be shocked when she saw her. Then, a kind smile appeared on her face. Ah, seventh great-grandmother. When Qin Yan saw her, she quickly stood up. Yun Nuashing and the others wanted to stand up as well. However, the white-haired woman whom the former addressed as seventh great-grandmother waved her hand with a smile. A gentle wind blew and asked them to sit down again. She looked very young, only about 30 years old. She was young and beautiful, but her eyes were full of vicissitudes. This was normal. It was very easy to stay young forever. However, other than the immortal, no one could deceive their actual age. Yun Nuashing could more or less feel that the age of the person in front of her was probably measured in epochs. Io, Yin Yan's friends are all handsome young men and beautiful girls, so don't be restrained. Sigh, the Holy Hall's banquet isn't that easy to hold. Grandma was against it, but those little fellows are too noisy and I can't stop them. I think they're probably here for you. Aya, time. How did Yin Yan become so big in such a short time? I remember you were still so small yesterday, but now you're so beautiful that Grandma almost can't recognize you. You're going to get married so soon. Who's your partner here? Aren't you going to introduce them to Grandma? The white-haired woman quickly walked over to Qin Yan and started chatting with her. She cupped Qin Yan's face, pinched her face, and rubbed her hair. Her eyes were almost overflowing with love. This 30-year-old beauty was calling herself Grandma, and she was holding Qin Yan's hand as if she was an elder. In front of her friends, Qin Yan was very embarrassed, and her pretty face was completely red. However, she couldn't say anything to refute her. For the sake of saving face, the group of people from the Yun Nua star could only stifle their laughter, and their faces were all twisted. Seventh great-grandmother, it's him. Then, in the next second, Yun Nuashing couldn't laugh anymore. Qin Yan pulled him up and pushed him forward. She silently took a step back and explained in detail. The seventh great-grandmother suddenly understood. Then she pulled Yun Nuashing's hand and asked about his well-being. He was also embarrassed. Xian and the others were about to collapse from holding back their laughter. Seventh great-grandmother, where are the others? Qin Yan timely saved Yun Nuashing, who was about to faint, and asked hurriedly. The little ones are at the martial arts practice field. Don't you know? Today is the day of the assessment of the Qianteng army. The Holy Hall banquet will be delayed for 2 to 4 hours. Hey, I just sneaked in to find something to eat. Don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, I'll punish you. The seventh great-grandmother chuckled and reached out to pluck a piece of meat from an unknown beast from the table. Then she stuffed it into her mouth and finished it in a few bites. Yun Nuashing and the others looked at her helplessly. Hey, I'm leaving. I only ate one piece. What meat is this? It's so fragrant. Give me another one. I'm leaving first. It's still early. If you're not in a hurry, you can go to the martial arts practice field to take a look. It's so fragrant. The seventh great-grandmother said as she plucked a piece of meat from the table. Then she walked out from another door. Everyone, seventh great-grandmother is a little. Qin Yan laughed dryly at everyone. You don't have to say any more. We all know. Yuan Shi and the others waved their hands to stop her from explaining. They couldn't help but smile bitterly. Sure enough, the older one was, the more immature they were. This seventh great-grandmother really had a personality. The air was silent for more than 10 seconds. Yuan, she felt that the oppressive atmosphere was unbearable. He quickly stood up and said that, let's go to the martial arts practice field to take a look. It's boring to be in a daze here. All right. Qin Yan staggered to her feet and trembled. This way, come. Everyone sighed. They only felt tired in their hearts, their souls, and everywhere else. The group of people walked very quickly. It was unknown if they were trying to leave something behind in this way. It seemed to be something very important, but it had just been broken. Moreover, it was scattered all over the ground. It seemed to be a matter of moral integrity. In a short while, Yun Nuashing and the others followed Qin Yan's guidance and arrived at another mountain. This place was still within the range of the sacred hall. There were many palaces and palaces on this mountain range. In the center, surrounded by the palaces, there was an ancient plaza that had weathered the wind and rain. Wisps of ancient aura permeated from every corner of the plaza. Around this ancient square, there were circle after circle of 1,000 Ascension Army warriors wearing golden black patterned armor or golden black patterned robes. Their sharp eyes constantly swept back and forth in the surroundings. Occasionally, they would look at the center of the square below with a joking expression. There were more than a dozen battle stages there, and fierce battles were being carried out. Energy waves were constantly being emitted, hitting the barrier that encompassed the entire center, causing faint ripples to appear. As Qin Yan appeared at the edge of the plaza, Yun Nuashing and the others immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Instantly, strange gazes were cast over, causing many people to be stunned. Then they sneered in their hearts. Seeing that Qin Yan was about to lead them to the seats in the center, Yun Nuashing hurriedly pulled her hand and said softly, "Let's find a place to sit." Qin Yan hesitated for a moment. After looking at him for a while, she nodded. Then she inadvertently changed her pace and sat down at the highest point in the outermost circle, where there was no one. Yun Nuashing flung his robes and sat down next to her. Then a group of girls sat in a row on both sides. Yuan Shi and Nightmare pulled Chu Qin to the front and sat down. They began to release faintly discernible energy. I feel that there is no need to release pressure. It feels a little. Chu Chen's expression was calm, but he could not help but mutter in his soul. He had already made a fool of himself once. If he did it again, it would make his little heart tremble, especially when he was being watched by thousands of people. The 1,000 Ascension Army has an assessment every year. Oh, it's just that I'm not in the clan, so I'm not too sure about the specific date. I think an elder mentioned it to me yesterday, but I don't remember. Qin Yan whispered in his soul, "I'm afraid that you're not interested, so you forgot about it." Yun Nuashing gave her a sideways glance and said. Qin Yan laughed awkwardly. While they were chatting, the battle below the stage did not stop. There were 2 layers of barriers in this ancient square. One layer blocked the outermost part of the square, so that the movements here could not spread out. The other layer covered the stage, so that the energy inside would not spread to the outside. It was no wonder that they did not feel the movement here just now. The people who appeared in this square were all members of the 1,000 Ascension Army. However, on the high platform in front of the stage near the stage, there seemed to be a group of people with a strong aura sitting there. They were all middle and high-level gods. It was unknown whether they were the warriors of the 1,000 Ascension Army or the elders of the Qin family. While Yun Nuashing was looking around in boredom, a group of people walked out from the high platform. Their destination was clear, and they walked straight to the remote place where they were. The young man in the lead was also wearing a black robe with golden patterns, which was a little similar to Qin Yan's. His aura was strong, and there was a strong murderous aura faintly coming out. The young man walked to the front of the crowd and cupped his hands in salute to Qin Yan. Then he smiled very kindly and said, "Yan, it's rare for you to be in the mood to come here. Why don't you go to the main stage and have a seat?" Just as he opened his mouth, who was sitting in front of him, thought for a moment and immediately stood up. She pulled Little Moon and Chu Xianling to the side and sat down. She was still muttering something, which made the crowd confused. The 3 girls had left Yun Nuashing and Qin Yan behind. "It's fine. I'll stay here and accompany my friends. You guys go ahead." Qin Yan didn't even raise her head and kept staring at the battle stage below. She didn't seem to like this person and wanted to draw a clear line with him. The young man was stunned and looked thoughtfully at Yun Nuashing and the others. He smiled faintly and said, "That's true. Not everyone can go to the main stage. I understand your concerns. Since that's the case, we'll sit here with you, Yan. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and sat down. The group of people behind him also casually sat down. My name is Qin Yan. Don't call me by that mushy name. Qin Yan frowned, and her voice was a little stiff. She even looked at Yin Nuashing and moved closer. Oh, my father once told me to get along well with you. Since you don't like this name, then forget it. The young man wasn't annoyed and just smiled indifferently. Then, as if he knew his place, he moved away and stopped when he was more than a meter away from her. Hee, Big Sister Goddess hasn't told us yet. Since Big Sister has personally brought a friend here, he must be an extraordinary person. I heard from the elders in the clan that Big Sister has a partner. Who is this handsome guy? Why don't you introduce him to us? A young girl sitting next to the young man smiled and said in a relaxed and joking tone. Her eyes kept glancing at Yuan Shi, and the others were sitting one level ahead. That's right. The few of you look very unfamiliar. Why don't you introduce us, goddess? A young man couldn't help but say. His gaze swept across Yun Nuashing and the other girls. Then he retracted his gaze at the right time and smiled faintly. Qin Yan frowned slightly. Yun Nuashing and the others' conversation in their souls came to an abrupt end. Then they all sighed in their hearts in tacit agreement. Yun Nuashing sighed and said, That's why I said we should sleep in the palace. Oh, I forgot that Qin girl has to come. Then there's no other way. Judging from your tone, you seem to be very dissatisfied with this world. Chu Yingzhan teased. Oh, I hate this world. That's right. Yun Nuashing also smiled faintly. They were all communicating in their souls. Not everyone in this group was easy to recognize, but at the very least, Yun Nuashing, Yuan Shi, and Devil Nightmare were easy to recognize. As long as it was a large faction, there would be a portrait of them. Even though it had been a while since they had appeared in front of the world, it was still a while since they had last appeared in front of the world. Qin Tianhem. I think that's his name. I told you before. He's one of the 10 young people in the sanctuary. He's older than me by a few zeros. Qin Yan whispered in her soul. She was referring to the young man who was sitting 1 meter away from her. He had a strong, murderous aura around him. She couldn't even remember such things clearly. It seemed like she really didn't care much about her family. You don't like to stay in the Qin family? Yun Nuashing asked quietly. She also casually paid attention to him. That guy named Qin Tian was a divine underworld expert. If he had to say more, he would add the word only at the end. He was just a few zeros older than her. It was nothing. Given some time, Qin Yan and the others would be able to leave him far behind. I often cultivate at home and don't like to show myself. The title of goddess was added because I'm the most talented person in this generation. However, there's actually a small part of the responsibility that comes with it. It's just that I don't like those things. Those old fogies won't allow me to leave the title of goddess. Qin Yan said helplessly. The few people who spoke saw that no matter if it was Qin Yan or Yun Nuashing, none of them said anything. They didn't even look at them. They couldn't help but feel their faces heat up. They were a little annoyed. Ahem, it seems like you all don't like to talk. One of them laughed embarrassedly. Indeed, after all, we came with the goddess. It's natural that you look down on us. I'm afraid that you feel that it's beneath your dignity to talk to us. Yun Nuashing and the others looked at each other in their souls. Little Qin, your reputation in the family is a little bad. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but say, Oh, it's much worse than my reputation in the family. At least no one in the Yuan family dares to point at my nose and say that. Yuan, she nodded honestly. Qin Yan smiled bitterly. She didn't really manage the family's affairs. She did manage the family's affairs for a period of time before she went to the everlasting night forest. Moreover, she only managed the family's affairs for less than 2 months. After that, she followed them on their travels. Naturally, she didn't have much reputation in the family, even if she was the goddess. Yun Nuashing and the others sighed in their souls again. They continued to remain silent on the surface, causing the group of people who came over to have their hot faces pressed against their buttocks. Their faces were ashen. Chapter 1080. Qin Tian also waved his hand to signal for them to stop talking. Yuan Shi and Qin Yan all let out a sigh of relief. They sneaked a glance at Yun Nuoxing, and seeing that he didn't do anything, they let out another sigh of relief. They were afraid that this guy would blow up this group of people because of his hot-bloodedness. He didn't know how to control his strength, so who knows what would happen if he acted rashly. In short, long live peace. The calm little star was still very cute. While they were talking, the battles on the dozen or so platforms below were still in full swing. The people around them were watching the battles below with various expressions. Some were nervous, some were mocking, and some were taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. Powerful energy collided and exploded into even stronger shock waves, causing ripples to appear on the thin layer of light screen from time to time. Fist against fist, energy against energy, elemental entanglement, weapons fiercely clashing. All kinds of fighting methods were used. Yuan Shi and the other two lowered their heads and whispered to each other. They would occasionally point at the people on the platforms and laugh foolishly. This made Yin Nuoxing very curious. He couldn't help but go over and ask, "What are you guys laughing about?" "Little star." Yuan, she was startled. When he turned around and saw that it was Yun Nuoxing, he scratched his head and pointed at the platforms below. He grinned and said, "I made a bet with Nightmare. From left to right, the two people on the fourth platform will win. The bet is half a month's worth of breakfast. I think that shiny guy will win. Boss, what do you think?" Nightmare also grinned foolishly. No. I think that the fire elemental will win. The fire elemental restrains the metal elemental." Chu Qin shook his head vigorously. Yuan, she also nodded in agreement. Yin Nuoxing sat up straight and looked down. On the fourth platform, there were two demigods, both at the late stage. One controlled the fire element, while the other controlled the metal element. In terms of the elements, the latter was restrained. Even though the metal element's defense was very strong, it was still very difficult to deal with the fire element. He was sweating profusely from the heat. On the other hand, the fire element controller's aura was stacked on top of each other, showing no signs of exhaustion. The more he fought, the more ferocious he became. Layer after layer of blazing and violent energy exploded, causing the entire platform to tremble. Moreover, it was a dark green flame. Although it was not a divine flame, it was still a flame that was more powerful than the ordinary fire element. On the other hand, half of the metal element controller's body was red. It was obvious that he was already at the third stage. Yin Nuoxing looked carefully and found something strange. He couldn't help but laugh softly and said, "The metal elemental one." Yuan Shi and the other two, as well as Xian and the others, were stunned. Only Nightmare excitedly slapped Yin Nuoxing with a proud face. It was as if Yun Nuoxing's words were destined. Under the curious gazes of a group of curious babies, Yin Nuoxing mysteriously shook his head and smiled faintly, revealing an expression that said, "See for yourself." On Qin Tian's side, someone sneered disdainfully. Obviously, he didn't agree, but he didn't say anything. Yun Nuoxing and the others didn't care, treating it as fart. The battle between demigod rank experts wasn't something that could enter the eyes of the elders on the main platform. Therefore, they didn't pay much attention to the fourth platform and were paying attention to other places. For example, the battle between two god kings on the first platform. However, the fourth platform still attracted the attention of many people in the surroundings. Even the soldiers of the 1,000 soaring army who were standing guard were observing the battle with interest. They seemed to have seen their own appearance in the past. 5 seconds. The outcome has been decided. The metal elemental won. Yun Nuoxing suddenly said, causing everyone to open their eyes wide. They hurriedly shifted their gazes from other places to the fourth platform. The moment everyone's gazes focused, the metal elemental was suppressed to the point that he almost fell off the edge of the platform. His metal armor had melted, and only a few pieces were left to protect the vital parts of his body. His entire body was red and black. The fire elemental's aura suddenly soared. A huge, dark green flame soared from his arm, containing a trace of the power of destruction. He punched with a huge force, causing the surrounding people to cheer loudly. It was as if they could already see his victory. Boom! A dazzling golden light suddenly erupted from the platform. Then a huge force erupted like an oppressed volcano. The shock wave rolled up a strong wind and blew away the dark green flame that was close to the fire elemental. That dazzling light dazzled the fire elemental. The energy in his body became turbulent, but the power in his hand didn't weaken, and he continued to punch forward. It was also at this moment that the metal elemental emerged from the golden light. He leaned to the side and dodged the heavy blow. Suddenly, he punched out a golden straight fist and ruthlessly smashed into the former's chest. Immediately, the fire elemental was sent flying. His heavy aura dissipated, and he crashed into the outside of the platform. His face was deathly pale, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Wah! A series of exclamations sounded from the platform. Not only the soldiers of the 1,000 soaring army and the surrounding onlookers, but also Little Moon and the other girls. Yuan, Shi, and Chuchin also opened their eyes wide in astonishment. Haha, half a month of breakfast. You have to treat everyone to breakfast for half a month. Nightmare laughed and patted the ashen-faced Yuan Shi's shoulder. This why? Yuan Shi shook his head and his neck cracked. He looked at Yun Nuashing in confusion and unwillingness. But he's about to lose. He's already been forced to this extent. Qin Tian and the others looked over in confusion. They didn't care much about that level of battle, but they still couldn't understand why the metal elemental had one. Yun Nuashing smiled in a profound manner. However, he threw his gaze towards Amo Yen and said, "Why don't you tell me why you feel that he will win?" Nightmare grinned and laughed dryly. No, he guessed the fire elemental, so I can only guess the metal elemental. We each have to choose first. Moreover, I think that person is a little ruthless. Everyone. Yun Nuashing coughed dryly and wiped off his cold sweat. All right, then I'll tell you. It's true that the fire elemental restrains the metal elemental. Both of them are at the demigod 9th transformation stage. Their auras are similar in thickness, and their elemental purity is similar. It can be ignored. Furthermore, both of them fight with their physical bodies. In that case, be it the fire elemental or the metal elemental, they both mainly cultivate their physical strength. As for energy attacks, they might not pay much attention to them. As for the metal elemental, you must have preconceived that his defense is very strong. After all, you're right. Everyone nodded. The metal elemental and the earth elemental were known for their defense. Although they also had offensive means, they were not as strong as their defense. However, the metal elemental cultivator cultivated his offensive power. Moreover, the explosive power in that instant was about 40% stronger than the fire elemental cultivator's all-out attack. His golden armor was used for defense, but as long as he wasn't stupid, he wouldn't condense the golden armor when fighting the fire elemental cultivator and the lightning elemental cultivator. When the difference in their realms wasn't big, it would only make the other party's attack more effective. Unless he had other plans. In the last attack, he was forced to a dead end. The fire elemental cultivator intended to use his strongest attack to kill him, but the metal armor that he condensed half of his strength into was blown up by the metal elemental cultivator as if it was pure energy. It offset 50% to 60% of the former strength and reduced his attack range. After Yin Nuashing finished speaking, everyone was dumbfounded. The thousands of Tang army soldiers standing behind were also dumbfounded. They didn't expect that he could see so many things in that instant. Goo, this doesn't count. Next, look at the first battle platform. This won't do. Look at these 15 battle platforms. That's right, we'll give 15 results and see who's right. Yuan, she said, unwillingly, the wager. I haven't thought about it yet. Let's talk about it after I win. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Playing with little Star. Wasn't this like an old man hanging himself? Was he tired of living? Nightmare. Record down what Yuan she said and the results he said. Yun Nuashing revealed an interesting expression and chuckled. I'll analyze and explain at the same time. Anyway, you guys can't wait for me to lose. Zian and the others laughed dryly. Hey, boss, I'm done recording here. You can start now. Nightmare turned around and made a no-problem gesture. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing twisted his neck, pinched his palms, pointed down with his chin, and licked his lips. First battle platform. 2 divine kings. Fire and thunder elements. Wind and water elements. Their auras are similar, and their energy intensity isn't too different. The former focuses on attacking, and it's an extremely powerful explosive attack. The subsequent explosive power is impressive, but it's too much, and the energy in the body isn't easy to coordinate. Although the divinity is slightly stronger, it doesn't affect the current situation much. The latter combines wind and water. A wisp of wind and a drop of water can split his power into millions of pieces. The former loses. Second battle platform, Divine Sun Realm. Earth and earth elements collide. The blue-clothed one's aura isn't condensed. It's probably because the demigod realm's energy isn't completely pure and forcefully broke through to the elementary god realm. Furthermore, the first tribulation didn't fix this flaw, leaving behind a seed of disaster. On the other hand, the blue-clothed one's aura is long and heavy. There's no explanation for this. The latter wins. Third battle platform, Divine Master Realm. One has a beast soul, and the other doesn't have a beast soul. It's a pure competition of strength. The former has a beast soul with powerful attack power, but the one without a beast soul has powerful soul energy fluctuations. He can even split his attention to use his soul energy during battle. He might be an alchemist or something. Moreover, his focus is also on strength. In a situation where their strengths are equal, the soul energy can do many things. If there's no accident, the thunder element wins. Fourth battle platform, Divine King Realm. There's no need to look anymore. The Array Master one. The difference in their realms isn't that big. A lightning array master can do anything as long as he can delay for a minute. On the fifth towering platform, although the 9th Revolution Godchild's cultivation base was higher than the 6th Revolution Godchild's, the difference in cultivation base doesn't mean everything. The 9th Revolution Godchild's cultivation base had reached a very high level, but the 6th Revolution Godchild's cultivation base was even higher. Not only that, the 6th Revolution Godchild's cultivation base was at the minor completion stage. In the end, the 6th Revolution Godchild won. 6th battle platform, Metal Element and Metal Element. Interesting. The difference in their realms and other conditions isn't big enough to affect the battle. The only difference is that both of them are metal. However, one of them is the metal element that refines life, while the other is the metal element that controls metals. Between the two, the former relies on the body, while the latter relies on powerful control, especially the mind and soul. Moreover, it also consumes a lot of energy. In a one-on-one battle, the metal element is at a disadvantage. Isn't this just courting death? The strengthening of the body by the metal element is several grades lower than the metal element. Using one's weak point to attack the other's strong point, the metal element is bound to lose. And then the 7th, listening to him talking nonstop, the more the crowd listened, the more shocked they became. More and more sweat appeared on their foreheads. Yuan Shi's face was also getting paler and paler. His body was shivering nonstop. The people in the surroundings were also sweating profusely. He was clearly analyzing as he watched, and there were some parts that he couldn't see completely. Soon, the results of 6 or 7 battle platforms were revealed. There were no surprises. He could even tell who won easily, who won miserably, who won by a narrow margin, and who lost by a narrow margin. 12th battle platform. Oh, the two of them are fighting very fiercely. Their conditions are similar, but the golden-haired one has preserved a lot of energy. Because of this, he was forced into a difficult situation. To create such a situation when fighting with an opponent of the same condition, there must be a trap. Who knows, he might have left a powerful gift for his opponent. 13th battle platform, God King realm. 3 elements collided with 2 elements. Fire, water, wind, wood, and metal elements. The degree of condensation is the same. The difference in aura is not more than 2 revolutions. The former has powerful mental energy, the latter has powerful soul energy, and he is also an array master. Although his level isn't high, he can still use auxiliary arrays. The grade of the divine arts and mystic arts he cultivates are the same, and their conditions are roughly the same. It's not a head-on clash, but rather a battle of attrition. However, it's obvious that he didn't fully display the might of the 3 elements. He just messily kneaded them into a ball of mud. Although the 2 elements didn't fuse perfectly, the degree of fusion is more than 60%. 14th battle platform, Psi. There's no time to analyze. 1 minute later, the black-haired one won. Although he was forced into a dead end, he didn't use any elemental energy at all. He's accumulating his strongest attack, and I can feel it brewing. Finally, the 15th battle stage. Yun Nuashing looked at the last battle stage and was slightly stunned. The 2 of them were locked in battle. No matter if it was aura, elements, energy intensity, spirit, or soul, they were all about the same. There was also life force. It was rare to see 2 people who cultivated in all aspects. Both of them cultivated in all aspects, which requires a very good balance of the body. This is not the normal balance, it is the balance of the energy control and the coordination of the soul control. This kind of person is the hardest to deal with because they control a lot of things. Their methods are also very flashy. I'm just using a compliment. Don't think too much about it, just understand what I mean. Their myriad of attacking methods are very difficult to defend against, and even their cultivation of the divine arts and Heart Sutra is about the same. How interesting. Looking at the last battle, he was a little conflicted, because he couldn't find a breakthrough. He also opened his evil spirit eye and ocean eye, but he couldn't feel anything. After looking at it for a while, he frowned and said, "The 2 of them didn't attack wildly. The one in gold probably won. He has more energy left. If there's no accident, he should win by a small margin. Haha, little star, I bet that the one in black will win." Qin Yen suddenly opened her mouth, causing everyone to turn their heads and look at her in confusion. So far, Yun Nuashing was right. Why was this girl so confident that the one in black would win? Yun Nuashing blinked and looked at her strangely. Could it be that you have some information that I don't know? Asterisk, cough, asterisk. Let's not talk about this for now. Nightmare. Tell me Yuan Shi's answer. Hearing this, Yuan Shi trembled. He smiled bitterly and waved his hand. No need, I lost. Little star is indeed little star. I'm really seeking my own death. He said it clearly and logically. Basically, no one could refute him. What else was there to say? From the second battle, he had already bet wrongly. At that time, the bet was over. Qin Yen, why don't you tell me why? Yun Nuashing glanced at Qin Yen, who was shoulder to shoulder with him. However, before the latter could answer, he smiled faintly and said, "Well, the battlefield is ever-changing. There are only a dozen or so normal battles that appeared here. It's not difficult to guess, but there are more battles that are difficult to analyze. Some of them can even kill opponents who are several realms higher. The highest realm that appeared on the battle platform just now was only half a realm higher. The person who was at a lower realm won because I saw that he was going to stake everything on a single throw. Taking advantage of the moment when his opponent relaxed, I bet that he would win. Actually, there are a lot of battles that even I can't see through." The crowd rolled their eyes noncommittally. Then They nervously looked at the two people who were entangled on the 15th battle platform. They watched the golden-robed man and the black-robed man fight back and forth. They were so excited that they were sweating. They wished that they could become the black-robed man and defeat the golden-robed man. Then they would be able to see Yun Nuoxing's stunned expression. Qin Yan was very confident and looked relaxed. Yun Nuoxing was also a little suspicious. However, he couldn't see anything wrong with the two people at all. Fight! Hurry up and end it quickly. It's the strongest attack. I dodged it. TSK, how did it hit? Wow, don't fall out. Chu Qin was so excited that he felt uncomfortable all over. His whole body trembled as if he had experienced an earthquake. The others also widened their eyes as they looked at the two guys who were entangled with each other. They were having a lot of fun. But they didn't know that there were more than 100 people staring at them. Yun Nuoxing didn't lower his voice just now, and everyone around heard it. After the crowd waited anxiously for a while, the battle on the 15th battle platform had evolved to a white-hot degree. Energy bombarded here and there, bombarding indiscriminately. The barrier was constantly flickering. Then, when the golden-robed man fiercely pounced and prepared a powerful energy to severely injure his opponent, the black-robed man's eyes suddenly lit up with a resplendent golden light. "Oh, no!" Yun Nuoxing exclaimed. He felt an abnormal energy fluctuation and couldn't help but widen his eyes. That was Divine Word Art Heavenly Dipper Cross. An energy storm of more than 100 feet suddenly erupted on the battle platform. A huge golden cross cut through everything like the clouds and the sun, shattering the space. The powerful energy swept across the entire battle platform. That was the divine word art that Qin Yan had used. According to her, it was a powerful secret technique that only the core disciples of the Qin clan could learn. Its power would increase along with the increase of one's cultivation level, and it had a powerful divine might. That golden light blocked a lot of vision, but Yun Nuoxing could clearly see a figure flying out in a sorry state. In the end, he heavily fell outside the battle platform. He couldn't help but sigh. The person who flew out was the golden-robed man. The golden-robed man helplessly got up. He cupped his hands towards the black-robed man and sighed, "I lost!" Oh. The moment those 3 words came out, a sudden burst of ear-piercing screams and shouts from a remote part of the spectator stands. Everyone was scared out of their wits. They thought that the audience was cheering for the black-robed man, so they also applauded and cheered. Gradually, thunderous applause sounded from the entire arena. Many people were cheering loudly. The black-robed man who won felt a little embarrassed. He cupped his hands in all directions and hurriedly ran back to his seat with a red face. Yun Nuoxing was surrounded by screams and shouts. Xian and Qin Yan were excitedly pushing him back and forth. Yuan, she was also roaring and laughing in front of him. He could only maintain a wooden expression. However, he couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. That's why I said that the battlefield can change in an instant. God knows what will happen in the next second. However, it was likely that no one heard his words because the cheers were too noisy. His weak argument was torn apart by the roars of the storm like a breeze. Let's not talk about anything else. Treat me to a meal. This meal is yours. Yuan Shi laughed and slapped Yun Nuoxing. Yun Nuoxing's face darkened. He glared at him and said, "Hey, you lost. We'll talk about it after you win, right? Then I have a condition. I'll mention it to you when the time comes." Then Yuan Shi depressingly ran to the side and squatted down to draw circles. Yun Nuoxing was stunned when his sleeve was pulled. He turned his head and saw Qin Yan looking at him with a pair of bright eyes. There was even some pride and satisfaction in her eyes. "Do I have a condition too?" Qin Yan smiled sweetly. "No, but you only have one match." Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect this girl to join in. Seeing her determined look, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. "You still have a wish." Okay, I can promise you another condition. Qin Yan smiled happily. Then she high-fived Zian, who was sitting on the other side of him, and laughed. Her voice, which was as pleasant as silver bells, kept echoing, making him feel a little helpless. He could only hug little Magic in his arms and give it a squeeze. The little fellow patted his arm with its tail, feeling wronged, making him feel even more helpless. But why? How did you know he would win? Yun Nuashing still didn't understand and couldn't help but ask. That person is a core disciple of the Qin family. It's normal for him to know the holy speech incantation. Qin Yan said with a smile, making Yun Nuashing speechless. What could he do? He wasn't a member of the Qin family. How would he know so much? Hee, little star lost. He actually lost. Zian leaned on his shoulder and couldn't stop laughing. Yun Nuashing's face darkened. He pinched the girl's face again. Do you really want me to lose? Zian looked at him with a pair of big innocent eyes and breathed in his ear. Because Little Star has always been winning. Anyway, he's one of us. If he loses, then so be it. Yun Nuashing was speechless. I thought it was a chick, but I didn't expect it to be a sissy. How disgusting. That mouth must have tasted a lot of blood. Only an outsider can see it so clearly. Who doesn't know how to talk nonsense? Blah, 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 blah. You're so noisy. When it comes to fighting, you don't have so many words to say. The sudden voice extinguished the lively atmosphere and shattered the good mood of many people. At the very least, Yun Nuashing and the others were stunned. Then, their expressions darkened within 3 seconds. Someone seemed to have a different opinion. Chapter 1081. You can't stop talking. You must be very popular with women. Could it be that all your thoughts are on how to strengthen your mouth? Blabbering on and on. Can't you be quiet while watching an assessment battle? What's so interesting about a battle between a beginner god and a demigod? What a useless ability. You have a good mouth. No wonder you have so many women around you. Who knows how many people you have fooled? Some subtle words spread in the area, causing many people's expressions to change slightly. They all turned their heads. Many people from the Qin clan had already recognized this group of people who had appeared together with their goddess. Among them, there were a large number of people who had sent letters to provoke them. Seeing them appear here, there were originally people who wanted to say something, but when they saw Qin Tian and his group, they all subconsciously shut their mouths. Yun Nuashing and the others looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. They closed their eyes and sat upright, not caring about what they said. He was calm, but the people beside him were not looking so good. They could feel that the anger bars were slowly spewing out. Even Qin Yan looked at that person with a slightly cold expression. On Qin Yan's side, there were also a few people who were slightly puzzled and frowned. They looked at the people beside them and then looked at Qin Tian, who did not care about anything and frowned even more. When they saw Qin Yan's extremely cold gaze, they thought for a few seconds and moved their butts away from her. No matter what, this was the goddess, the daughter of the patriarch, and the person who had inherited the purest bloodline of the Qin family. She was the most powerful person among the younger generation in the family. They did not want to offend her and make life difficult for them in the future. Forget it. Don't talk about it. Someone waved his hand repeatedly as if he was persuading them. Then he smiled faintly at Yun Nuashing and the others and said, Everyone, please don't blame them. They're used to being free and speak without thinking. They are a little too straightforward. A little too straightforward. Yuan Shi and the others' eyebrows twitched fiercely. These words were really impolite. Qin Yan and Mei Mao were frighteningly cold. Just as she was about to scold them, Yun Nuashing gently pressed a hand on her head, making her instantly silent. She looked back at him in confusion. Well, why do you care so much? What if they stop talking after you scold them? Yun Nuashing flicked his finger between her eyebrows and said with a faint smile, If a beast on all fours raises its butt and spits at you with its fur puffed up, are you going to spit back? Everyone's faces darkened. They couldn't help but imagine it. Then, after thinking for a second, they suddenly felt that this description was very realistic. Qin Tian's people's cheeks twitched fiercely. A youth stood up with a cold expression. Shooting your mouth off is not a good thing. It's not a good thing to be used as a tool. Or are you proud of it? So today, when he went out, he purposely didn't wash up? You can smell that overflowing stench even from 8 light years away. Yun Nuashing looked ahead indifferently. It's not your fault that you're ugly. Why did you come out to disgust people? Look at these soldiers. They can't even stand properly because of your stench. They are members of the Qin family. How can you bear to lay your hands on, no, mouth on them? You. Qin lass, this place is a little smelly. I suspect that there is feces left here last night that hasn't been washed. Why don't we change places? Yun Nuashing pinched Qin Yan's face and said with a smile. Sure. Qin Yan smiled and nodded. She stood up and gestured with her hand. Please don't be offended by our lack of hospitality. Later, Yan, I will find a better place. Yun Nuashing and the others all stood up with a faint smile and moved to the side in a scattered manner. Luckily, this is the Qin family. Yuan, she held the back of his head with both hands and walked forward lazily. His words were what everyone was thinking. And because this is the Qin family, Yun Nuashing nodded. Her words were similar but had 2 different meanings. She then said, Luckily, we didn't participate in that holy hall banquet. If we did, I'm afraid we wouldn't have the appetite to eat. Oh, I feel a little nauseous. Some people really think that after going to many places and seeing a little of the world, there's nothing to be afraid of in this world. They are only half a god. This is the Qin family. Another person sneered. At this moment, Qin Yan saw that Qin Yan and the others had walked 4 to 5 meters away. He frowned and couldn't help but say, Qin Yan, although I don't know what those old men in the upper echelons are thinking. If they don't even have the face and responsibility to face this kind of situation, I advise you to let go as soon as possible. This world is very fair. If you want to climb up the social ladder, you will definitely be at a lower position. If you don't have the mental preparation to face all kinds of difficulties, you will only blindly run away. There is no need to care about these kinds of people. You should be glad that you are not facing those old men today. They will only be more ruthless. Think about it yourself. Qin Tian crossed his arms and lightly tapped them. He vaguely stated his purpose. Qin Yan, who was walking at the back, stopped and turned around to look at them. Her eyes were deep and cold. After a moment, she returned to her calm appearance and said indifferently, Qin Tian, I advise you to put more effort into your cultivation and pursue a higher realm. Don't instigate your group to meddle in things that you shouldn't meddle in. Qin Tian, this is only the Qin family. You guys don't know anything and just randomly come out. Why don't you think about why those elders didn't do anything at all? Take care of yourselves. Qin Tian frowned. Before he could think deeply about the meaning of these words, Qin Yan and the others had already walked quite a distance away. The young man beside him, who was the most talkative, also frowned. He stood up and wanted to say something, but before he could open his mouth, his eyes suddenly widened. Pucci! Hundreds of blood arrows suddenly burst out from his body. It was as if his blood was desperately trying to escape from his body. Blood flowed out from his eyes, and his mouth also coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. He fell to the ground in an instant. The blood that flowed out from his body dyed the surrounding ground red. His eyes were still filled with confusion and fear, causing the surrounding people to turn pale with fright. Qin Tian's gaze suddenly became frightening. Those few who took the opportunity to distance themselves earlier had their cheeks twitching fiercely. They still had lingering fear in their hearts and could not help but look at Yun Nuashing and the others who had walked more than 10 meters away. If they said that it was not them who did it, no one would believe it. However, they completely did not know how they did it. They could only rejoice that they did not say anything. That person was also in the divine underworld realm like them. If he was crippled without a sound, wouldn't that mean that they could also be crippled without a sound? Who? Yun Nuashing blew out a strand of starlight on her hand and rubbed her fingers, causing it to dissipate into nothingness. You still made a move. Qin Yen could not help but laugh bitterly. They all heard the flustered voice behind them, but none of them turned back. Seeing his weak movements, their cheeks twitched. Lass, let's make a record. You talked nonsense for 10 minutes. It's 1 minute more than the previous record of 9 minutes. You broke the record. Yun Nuashing stretched out her hand and patted Ming's head as she said softly. Ming blinked her golden Maimao and nodded obediently, causing everyone to laugh bitterly even more. How long would this record take to be broken? If it were them, they would probably talk nonsense for half an hour, talking nonstop and retorting back dozens of times. You went easy on him. Qin Yen still glanced behind her and saw that it was a mess. Although the person lying in a pool of blood was injured heavily, he did not seem to have died immediately. After all, it's the Qin family. Yun Nuashing nodded. It was the same sentence, but it had a lot of meanings when said. Clang! You, who was walking at the front, was suddenly blocked by 2 spears. She could not help but scream and quickly stopped. The ear-piercing sound made Qin Yan's face turn gloomy. This was not an important area, so logically speaking, they should not be blocked. Then, the only reason left was she turned her head abruptly and saw a group of people rushing over aggressively. They were obviously the people who followed Qin Tian. Puchi! Suddenly, 4 or 5 people in the group vomited blood and fell down. It was as if their bodies had exploded. The bloody scene was extremely frightening. Ding! Yun Nuashing's finger flashed and pointed at the 2 warriors in front of her. Then, she waved her finger to the side. The 2 were shocked to find that their bodies were no longer under their control. They quickly retracted their spears. There was an even stronger force controlling their bodies, and they could not even give orders to their bodies. Stop them! A low voice was heard, making the place lively. However, those warriors only trembled. Not a single one of them rushed forward to block the path ahead. No matter how hard they tried, they could not even move a finger. Seeing that those soldiers only trembled but did not move, that person's face turned gloomy. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Yun Nuashing and the others. A powerful and dazzling light circulated around his body. The energy pressure of a god and underworld expert made many people's hearts tremble. They turned their gazes in fear. You've gone overboard. The youth stood at the front and stared at them fiercely. The group of people were unfocused because they did not know who did it. May I ask what happened? Why do you say that we've gone overboard? Yun Nuashing tilted her head and looked innocent. That youth looked at her coldly and ignored her. He turned to Qin Yen and asked, Goddess, do you want to watch them kill the people of my Qin family? Qin Yen looked at him indifferently and said, Qinin, we don't have a single mid-level god here. You've seen it clearly. Her words made that youth's face twitch. Although his expression did not change, everyone could guess that he was very embarrassed. The people who had fallen behind him were all god and underworld experts, but the strongest one standing in front of him was only a god emperor. Moreover, it was an early-stage god emperor. If they really wanted to punish him, he would lose all his face. The surrounding people of the Qin family also looked over with interest. When they saw the situation, they could not help but shake their heads. Some people even sneered. Are these 10 idiots out of their minds? A few god and underworld experts suddenly exploded, and he went to find a group of low-level gods and a few demigods. Oh, don't say that. It's not good for them to admit that they made mistakes in their cultivation. After all, they're known as the 10 strongest of the younger generation. They can't put down their faces. How could they have the nerve to admit that they went crazy while cultivating? When they saw others getting up to leave, they found an excuse. Hey, it just so happens that I don't like those 10 arrogant farts. Yoon Nuashing's ears twitched. She smiled faintly and said, Look, everyone is saying that there's a problem with their cultivation. Why are you still looking for us? Hurry up and heal them. Are you going to abandon your companions? How can you be so ununited? Whether there's a problem with their cultivation or not, there will naturally be people who will go and check it out. But you guys, you came uninvited and ridiculed me. I thought that the goddess friends would know some propriety. I should have chased you away when you appeared, said the youth coldly. It seems that there's also a problem with your cultivation. You don't say what you think, and your soul is not attached to your body. Why don't you let me take a look at you? Yoon Nuashing smiled faintly and stretched out her hand. The youth's eyes flashed, and he took a step back vigilantly. Look at yourself. I'm just a demigod, and you're so vigilant. You treat my good intentions as ill intent. Yoon Nuashing shook her head and said, If there's nothing else, please leave. We still have things to do. We don't have time to play around with you. Stop right there. Before the results are out, you guys are not allowed to take a step out of this place, said the youth in a deep voice. He took a step forward and then spat out a big mouthful of blood. Poochie, the youth suddenly knelt on the ground, scaring you, or so much that she hurriedly shrank back. The former's entire body was bleeding, and his eyes were filled with terror. He couldn't feel any abnormal energy in his body. The only thing he could feel was that his blood wasn't listening to his orders and was rushing out of his body. It was really as if his body had suddenly exploded. Another one has exploded. Another one has exploded. The surrounding people couldn't help but sneer. It wasn't that their Qin family wasn't united, but that they really didn't like these 10 fellows. Seeing them in such a sorry state, they felt that they had vented their anger. Brother Yin, is this person sick? He's so pitiful. Er's innocent and sympathetic voice echoed in the surroundings. Many people didn't know whether to laugh or cry when they heard it. A dignified divine underworld expert was suspected of being sick by a little girl. Yun Nuashing pressed Er's head and said very seriously, Recently, young people have been a little impetuous in their cultivation. They're impatient for success, and it's easy for them to go berserk. You guys have to take this as a warning. Little Star, what exactly did you do? Yuan, she couldn't help but ask in his soul. The others were also very curious. This kind of method was very strange and frightening. They had never seen him use it before. No, it's just a little trick. I slightly tampered with the factors that made up their existence. Oh, you guys can understand it as a kind of attack on the level of laws. Well, I didn't disintegrate them on the spot, so I was being merciful. Yun Nuashing smiled mysteriously. When I make a move, even the divine underworld can't find the source. What kind of hero are you hiding? If you have the guts, then come out yourself. At this moment, Qin Tian also slowly walked over with his hands behind his back. The murderous aura on his body was constantly increasing, causing many people's faces to turn pale. Even the things that were happening on the battle stage below were not as eye-catching as what was happening here. You've caused a ruckus in the Holy Hall's examination field. Clearly, you don't put the Qin clan in your eyes. No matter who you are, don't even think about leaving here if you don't give an explanation, Qin Tian said indifferently. His gaze was locked on Yun Nuashing. The others didn't know, but he was exceptionally sharp and felt that the most dangerous person here was probably him. Qin Yen frowned slightly. It had already become like this, but no one came out to stop them. The elders on the main stage also looked on with folded arms, as if they didn't see what was happening. However, now that half of the people were looking at them, it was obviously intentional. It was just that they didn't know who ordered them to do this. Without the permission of the higher-ups, why would the younger generation act so recklessly? Yun Nuashing put her hands on Xian's shoulders and looked at Qin Tian with a smile that was not a smile. She said indifferently, I thought you would be smarter, but I didn't expect you to be used as a tool. It's amazing that a young person can be as stupid as you. At first, I thought you would be a little different, but in the end... I I really shouldn't have any expectations for people who think with their toes. I've had enough of feigning civility, and I hate it, either fight or scram. Now I've lost all my patience. The only reason I'm still suppressing myself is because this is the Qin clan. To me, there are only two kinds of people in this world, those who need to be killed and those who don't. Then what's your choice? Qin Tian's expression was originally cold, but at this moment it became even more gloomy. Why don't you make a choice for yourself? Yun Nuoxing chuckled. Her diamond-shaped crystal eyes gradually turned into two burning fireballs, and an energy that was close to the law of destruction was crazily surging. You bunch of brats! What are you causing trouble for? It's the Holy Hall's examination. If you want to cause trouble outside, you're disturbing Grandma. Eh? Yan, why are you guys here? Didn't Grandma ask you to come to my place? Qin Tian, you brat, why aren't you scramming off to cultivate in seclusion? What's the point of coming here to make things difficult for the guests? Last time, you even brought a bunch of scoundrels back, and no one said anything about you. Yan, what's wrong with bringing your friends around? Is there a problem with that? Suddenly, a voice that sounded like that of an old woman from the countryside rushed over. This pleasant voice was instantly ruined by such a loud shout. The group of people from the Qin clan trembled violently. Yun Nuoxing and the others were also stunned for a moment and collectively trembled. The law of destruction energy that she had crazily gathered just now also silently dissipated. Hundreds of people turned their heads in unison, only to see a beautiful white-haired figure at the edge of the Holy Hall's martial arts field, striding over in a majestic manner. Seventh great-grandmother. Qin Yan was stunned and hurriedly called out. Seventh great-grandmother. Qin Tian and the others hurriedly bowed and cupped their hands. They were still rather respectful and fearful of this living ancestor of the Qin clan. Since she had already appeared, they could forget about doing anything today. Move aside. I'm not looking for you, you unambitious melon child. Seventh great-grandmother glared fiercely at him, and her white hand slipped out from her sleeve. With a casual wave, she swept up Qin Yan, Yun Nuoxing, and the others and flew up. You little brats are really troublesome. I've been looking for you for a long time, but I couldn't find you in the ancestral palace. Why are you so interested in coming here? Why are you so calculative with this group of brats? Come. Granny will bring you all to have fun. Qin Tian opened his mouth several times, wanting to say something, but no words came out. He gritted his teeth and flicked his sleeves angrily. He had lost all face today, and he didn't dare to say anything in front of the seventh forefather. If he did, he would be confined. Even if he didn't want to, he could only hold it in. Even if he didn't want to, he could only humbly admit his mistake. Everyone knew that the seventh forefather couldn't stand anyone, and the only person he doted on was Qin Yan. A sea of clouds rolled over, and Yun Nuoxing and the others only felt their vision blur. Not long after, they landed on the ground. They stood firmly on their feet and looked at the woman in front of them, who was still walking like a dragon or a tiger. Along the way, she used a thunder palm to smash the palace into the wall, causing the ground to tremble. Everyone looked at each other and became silent. Come in. Seeing that everyone was stunned on the spot, she turned around and urged them. Only then did Yun Nuoxing and the others slowly enter the palace, and the door behind them was slammed shut with a bang. Io, it's finally a little quieter. Disappointing little brats. Other than fighting for affection, they only know how to cause trouble and never do anything serious. If they have a little bit of indifference like you, Granny will be satisfied. Seventh great-grandmother scolded as she led everyone to the hall. She quickly tidied up the messy hall, brewed some tea, and leisurely took a sip. Only then did she let out a long breath, looked at Yun Nuoxing, and said, I say, Yin Yan's little boyfriend, were you planning to blow up the entire martial arts arena into the sky? Did you feel it? Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a moment, but did not refute anything. He scratched his head. Just now, he was only condensing the rule-breaking energy, and most of it was hidden in the void. He did intend to destroy that place along with the void. But after her voice rang out, he let the energy dissipate, and the others probably did not feel it. As for Qin Yan, Zian, and the others, at this moment they were dumbfounded, and the fear on their faces told him that they only knew about it now. "You're the son of God of the 9 deities temple. You're the only one here who can release the rule-breaking energy." 7th great-grandmother laughed. Then everyone understood why she could immediately understand that it was Yun Nuashing who had launched the attack. Presumably, the people of the temple had more or less mentioned it. Seeing Yun Nuashing staring at her, 7th great-grandmother could not help but laugh and say, "Grandma, after I found out that those little guys were causing trouble, I did deliberately let you guys go to the martial arts arena to teach those good-for-nothings a lesson. With your strength, it would not be a problem for you to deal with high-level gods. Dealing with those little kids is just a matter of moving your fingers. You won't blame me, right? Yin Yan's little boyfriend." Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes, since she had already called him that, and Qin Yan seemed to be very close to 7th great-grandmother. He naturally could not say anything. He shook his head helplessly and said, "It's just along the way. It doesn't matter. You entered at the right time. If you were 5 seconds later, it would not be as simple as teaching them a lesson. Is that right?" That timing was very accurate. "Actually, I wanted you to directly use your power to oppress them, and then I would appear and kidnap you guys. That way they would be traumatized. I didn't expect you, little cutie, to use such a strange power like the rule-breaking energy, but the effect is not bad." 7th great-grandmother laughed. When the word "little cutie" was said, Yun Nuashing felt his hair stand on end. The group of people had goosebumps on their backs. Chapter 1082. The small-scale earthquake caused by Yun Nuashing and the others entering the Qin family only trembled for a moment before calming down. The higher-ups still turned a blind eye to it, and the elders who were the mainstay of the Qin family were too lazy to care about the matters between the younger generation. They allowed a group of Shunming to make things difficult for them. So naturally, they wouldn't interfere with what happened between them. After all, in the Qin family, even if the friction between the younger generation ended with a little spark, nothing would happen. Those few people who suddenly vomited blood were still lying in bed at this moment. They would have to lie in bed for half a month. Their faces were pale, they were foaming at the mouth, and their souls were about to collapse. Yun Nuashing felt that the main reason for this situation was that the 7th great-grandmother barged into the ward and nagged at them for 6 hours, making the group of young people wish they could dig their own ears. The matter regarding Yun Nuashing and the others was still a mystery. The higher-ups knew, but the rest didn't know, and the younger generation had a bellyful of anger. Although Qin Yan's prestige in the Qin family wasn't very high, she was still very popular. When the younger generation of the Qin family found out that the 10 young people from the Templar Church had teamed up to make things difficult for them, they couldn't help but sneer. Although it didn't lead to a big disaster in the end, they definitely wouldn't have an easy time in the future. After venting their anger and sneering, many people turned their attention to Yun Nuashing and the others. However, after learning from the mistakes of those who rushed up and were killed, most of them became abnormally quiet and didn't speak much. Now that they calmed down and thought about it, they couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. They remembered that the higher-ups were silent and seemed to have something to say. They obviously knew something, but they couldn't say it out loud. Perhaps this involved the identity of that group of people or something. But since their own elders didn't do anything, it was basically impossible for them to find out anything. The 10 people from the Templar Church looked quite annoying, but they were really strong. They were in the Shinming realm and could fight against ordinary king of hell powerhouses. This was also the main reason why no one dared to act rashly. If they couldn't do anything, then it was even more impossible for them to do anything. Moreover, many people thought of an even more important matter. The engagement of their goddess was originally decided by the patriarch. The Qin family was such a big family, and any strange move could make the divine realm tremble. The patriarch who controlled it was naturally not a simple-minded person. Since he was so decisive, there must be some more terrifying information that these people didn't know about. That was even more reason not to provoke him. Previously, they only knew about this matter and didn't think deeply about it. Now that they thought about it, they couldn't help but slap themselves in the face. Then, this matter automatically calmed down under a strange balance. The storm that had been brewing in the sky above the sea for more than half a month dissipated on its own before it hit land. However, this kind of attention was destined to not decrease. It was just that many people were looking for a safer way to investigate, lest they offend someone they shouldn't offend and die without knowing how they died. That night, Yun Nuashing didn't stay at the seventh forefather's place for too long. After all, being picked up by her was just a way to leave. Not long after, they returned to the ancestral palace, which was Qin Yan's home. As for those miscellaneous matters, he wasn't in the mood to deal with them. He didn't really understand them, and he wasn't willing to understand them either. However, in the end, he couldn't help but sigh. The human brain won't change even after millions of epochs. This is the eternal problem of the number one race that dominates the void. Even if there's nothing in the brain, it's easy for them to let their thoughts run wild. There's no cure. The heavenly primal chaos deity, Yun Nuashing, sighed, and a group of people agreed. This illness couldn't be cured, and there was no need to cure it. It's better to just destroy this void. Yun Nuashing let out another long sigh, causing everyone's faces to become incomparably pale. What happens after we destroy it? There'll still be a lot of life after we rebuild it. Because of life, the void will become dazzling and colorful, Chu Yingzhan mumbled. She had more or less understood the void by now. The world will become colorful because of life, but it will also become chaotic because of life. A chaos that can't be controlled, and a direction that can't be controlled. Although many gods feel that this is the value of life, I'd rather cultivate an empty shell so that I don't have to worry so much, Yun Nuashing said calmly. Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. This child's extreme thinking was already completely impossible to pull back. Even 10,000 heavenly deities wouldn't be able to pull her back. That night, Yun Nuashing didn't want to rest. She ran to the open space outside the palace by herself and looked up at the Milky Way outside from the mountainside. The Qin family's sky was connected to the outside world, but this was still a self-contained space that couldn't be found on the map of the realm of the gods. It had the same nature as the 9 deity temples. Naturally, he wasn't the only one who looked up at the Milky Way. His little followers followed him wherever he went, and he was already used to it. Occasionally, he would be able to relax physically and mentally, and he would feel more relaxed than ever. They were also used to leaning on him, and their hearts would be unusually quiet and happy. However, it was different this time. Other than Xian, Feng, Erming, and Bing-Er, there was also Qin Yan, who sat quietly beside them. The moonlight fell on her body, covering her with a layer of shimmering gauze. She was exceptionally beautiful, like a jade sculpture. If the girl didn't speak, they wouldn't even notice that there was someone else beside them. The silence didn't last long. The elusive little purple soul chased after them from the palace and pounced on Yun Nuashing. Little Moon and Yuer, who were in charge of taking care of this little girl, hurriedly chased after them, followed by Chu Yingzhan and the other 2, as well as Yuan Shi and Feng Er. The quiet night suddenly became lively again. During this time, Little Moon suddenly pulled Yun Nuashing and rushed out. Xian and the others were stunned. If Qin Yan didn't explain that they were going to see Uncle Qin Hui, they would have thought that this little girl was up to something. It was only then that Yun Nuashing remembered that Uncle Qin Hui had followed Little Moon to the Qin residence. It wasn't that he was cold or anything. It had been a long time since they last met. Furthermore, he had retrieved a lot of memories. So he stuffed these relatively important things into the depths of his mind and treasured them until he almost forgot about them. It was only when Little Moon reminded him that he remembered them. The 2 of them arrived in front of a mansion. It was no different from the Qin residence in the past, except that it was more exquisite and larger. The Qin residence in the past was currently living here, on this huge floating island. It was still in the middle of the ring-shaped mountain. It was considered the central area. It did not take much effort for them to see Qin Hui. Yun Nuoxing looked at Uncle Qin Hui, whom he had not seen for dozens of eras. He could not help but let out a long sigh. He looked younger and more dignified. His aura was also many times stronger than before. They were a core clan member who had been separated from the Qin family. Even though many years had passed and circumstances had changed, and even their bloodline had become much thinner, they still maintained this identity. Back then, there were indeed some voices of opposition in the clan. However, a few elders and Uncle Qin Hai suppressed those voices. Qin Yu said softly, if the clan members who had been sent out as kindling and drifted about could only be reduced to ordinary members of the Qin residence when they returned, it would be too disheartening. Many people also knew about this, so they didn't allow such a thing to happen. They just needed to treat them well. A large clan like the Qin residence didn't lack resources or anything like a few hundred people. The little fellow from back then has also grown up. Qin Hui was very happy when he saw Yun Nuoxing. It was as if he had seen his own family. He kept patting her on the shoulder and looked her up and down. It's just that you look more like a girl now. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and teased, Uncle Qin Hui, you've become younger. Are you still used to living here? It's okay. It's just that, I'm used to the experience of running around to do business. The first few years of stability made my butt itch. They all said that as a core clan member of the Qin residence, how could I personally do the rough work of running around to do business? If I wanted to, I could even manage a few cities. It scared me to death. Qin Hui laughed dryly. After sitting here for an hour, they had just chatted for a while and talked about what had happened in the past few years. Yun Nuoxing was called back by a life-threatening call in her soul. Little Moon stayed here to spend more time with Qin Hui. They had not seen each other for more than 10 years. She also missed her father very much. Naturally, she had to spend more time with him. She didn't know when she would come back the next time she left. Yun Nuoxing's figure flashed, and he was teleported to the top of the immortal mountain in the ancestral palace. Qin Yan was waiting quietly in front of the bamboo house that was completely different from its interior. When she saw him appear, she quickly took his hand and walked into the bamboo house without thinking. Yun Nuoxing was so shocked that he was stunned. He thought that something had happened to ya. It turned out that he had been thinking too much. Qinya, who had thought that it would take at least a day to wake up, had already woken up in the middle of the night. However, her body was still a little weak. Qin Yan hurriedly went to find Qin Yan. She then found him, and they went together. As soon as they entered the house, 3 pairs of eyes turned to look at them. Yes, there were 3 pairs of eyes. Qinya, who was still on the bed, also had her eyes come alive again. They were full of vigor and were extremely lively. Her eyes were like a stream of autumn water. They were exceptionally beautiful and sparkling. Yun Nuoxing was a little absent-minded. She was a little mischievous and lively, but also deep. She pretended to be quiet. He had inadvertently seen Qin Yan reveal such an expression. So, it turned out that she had inherited another side of her character from Ye. Greetings, Supreme God Yin. Qin Ye was still half lying on the bed. Her strength had not completely recovered, but she quickly cupped her fists and bowed deeply. There was a faint smile in her eyes. Yun Nuoxing was so shocked by those words that he broke out in a cold sweat. Just as Qin Hai and Mother Qin looked at each other and hesitated whether they should say something, Yun Nuoxing quickly waved his hand and said, "Stop fooling around." The family of 4 laughed dryly, leaving him speechless. Without wasting any time, Yun Nuoxing waved his hand and summoned the Book of the Era. He held the golden ball of light and swung it around Qin Yan's head. Then, under the nervous and expectant gaze of Qin Yan and the other 2, He slowly closed his eyes. "Little star, how is it?" Qin Yan whispered into his ear and asked softly. After waiting for about 3 minutes, Yun Nuashing opened his eyes. The two sun-like pupils dissipated and returned to a pair of colorful eyes. His eyeballs were two spiraling spiritual crystals. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and kept Qin Yan in suspense. When Qin Yan shook his body anxiously, he smiled at Qin Yan and said, "Congratulations, you found your body from the concept layer of rules. The damage to the rules and the scar on your soul were dealt with this morning. Oh, yesterday. You've done the last step perfectly. You've found your body again, and your new body is at the level of breaking in with your old body. You'll be able to recover completely in a few days. You can even blow up a sun with a punch." Phew! Hearing this, Qin Hai and the other two heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, Qin Ya also joked, "I've already said that I'm fine, but you guys didn't believe me. You even asked Supreme God to come over." Yun Nuashing had just grinned, but when he heard that, he immediately jumped up and said, "Can you not call me that?" Qin Hai saw how anxious he was and did not know whether to laugh or cry. He patted Qin Ya's head lovingly and turned his head to say to him, "Little Yin, thank you for this time." Yun Nuashing slowly calmed down and shrugged at him. "I didn't do anything. The one who saved her was herself. All of you and all of you. Anyone who has a trace of obsession with life can turn that obsession into an indestructible force and forever stand in the concept layer of rules. On the other hand, as long as there's a moment of despair, everything will dissipate. So I didn't do anything." When Qin Hai heard this, he only smiled, although he really wanted to clean up the part where he had contributed. As long as one's brain wasn't wired, they would be able to understand the relationship between the two. He didn't plan to compete with him in this aspect. He, Qin Hai, would just take note of this matter. Qin Ya pursed her lips and chuckled. Suddenly, she thought of something and raised her head to look at Qin Hai. She smiled and said, "Ahai, I heard that Yin'er and Yun, little Yin, are engaged, right? It just so happens that I've recovered now. Why don't we find a good time to do this? I think little Yun is a good child." Qin Ya's mother could not help but roll her eyes. Yes, how bad could a person who was suspected to be a god be? She did not need to use her brain to figure out what was going on. However, such words were occasionally necessary, so she did not object to it. Yun Nuashing and Qin Yan were both stunned. The latter's pretty face turned red at a visible speed, while the former had not yet reacted. When he was about to think, Qin Yan looked at him lovingly and said with a smile, "Little Yun, from now on, you can call me Aunt. It's a little embarrassing to be called something by a god." He was so shocked by Qin Ya's words that he jumped up. He did a backflip and leaned against the wall, assuming a fighting posture. Half of his pretty face darkened. "Damn it! Please don't use such a tone as you reluctantly acknowledge me after passing the test with great difficulty, okay? I'm with you. I, Yun Nuashing, am the world's most powerful." Cough, cough. Wait a minute. Even if I, Yun Nuashing, can't handle interpersonal relationships well in this life, and even if I have to be alone for the rest of my life, I will never call you. He was very agitated. His whole body moved wildly, and he fiercely pointed to the ground with an imposing manner that could swallow mountains and rivers. "Little star." Qin Yan's body swayed and moved in front of him. Then she looked at him with a pair of big, watery, and innocent eyes, which were crystal clear. "So, just because you don't call me that now doesn't mean that you won't call me that in the future, right?" Qin Yan gently squeezed his palm with both hands and blinked her big eyes. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and said, "Hello, Aunt. And have you eaten?" Qin Hai and the other two. "This little guy, little star, I will tell you about that." Qin Yan lowered her head and didn't dare to look at him. At that time, her parents must have seen something. She didn't know how to lie. After being repeatedly questioned, it didn't take long for her to confess. Yun Nuashing instantly quieted down and stared at her quietly. His expression was very serious and serious. Qin Yan was so frightened by his serious gaze that she almost cried. He sighed helplessly. This was expected. Family members had a great right to know. Moreover, at that time, he couldn't cover up anything. It would be strange if she didn't say anything. She did say it, and he felt a headache. However, looking at Qin Hai and the others, it seemed that they didn't intend to ask anything. He relaxed a little. If they really wanted to ask something, it would be troublesome. He didn't feel that it was troublesome to say these things. In any case, he could just leave at any time. No one in this world could find him, so he didn't have to worry about anything. It was just that being chased around and questioned gave him a headache. It was even more troublesome to explain seriously. The more Yun Nuashing thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. With a frown, she pinched Qin Yan's cheeks and rubbed them repeatedly. "You brat, I'll deal with you later." Qin Yan lowered her head and mumbled. Her beautiful face was completely red. Seeing this scene, Qin Hai suddenly walked over excitedly and grabbed Yun Nuashing's hands. With a face full of excitement, he asked, "When do you plan to get married?" Yun Nuashing's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Ahai, calm down. Mother Qin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She hurriedly pulled the trembling Qin Hai away. Then, she grabbed Yun Nuashing's hands with a serious face. "Do you plan to have a celebration or a low-key wedding? 9 deity temple or Qin family? Why don't you hold one for both families? You seem to have a few girls with you. Do you want to join us? Why don't we just pick a date? Why don't we?" Qin Ya also chuckled and messed around. Yun Nuashing was about to cry. Throughout his long life, there had never been a moment that made him feel so annoyed. His mouth, eyes, ears, and nose were all filled with the word awkward. One person and one sentence tormented Yun Nuashing, the former heavenly god of primal chaos, to the point that his entire body turned gray. Qin Yan couldn't bear to watch and hurriedly rescued him from the demonic sea. She patted his back and pinched his philtrum. Even though this didn't work at all, it almost made him faint. After being tormented for a long time, Yun Nuashing finally came back to his senses. He saw Qin Hai and the other two chuckling and looking at him. The teasing expression in their eyes was gone. It was as if they were deliberately doing this to divert his attention. This made him smile bitterly. "Uncle Qin, I want to ask you something." Yun Nuashing straightened himself and spoke in a low voice about the Qin, Yu, and Xian families. He had always wanted to ask about this, but he just didn't have a good opportunity to do so. Qin Hai was slightly taken aback when he heard him mention this trivial matter. Then, a rare serious expression appeared on his face. "This is something that happened a long time ago. It can be traced back to the beginning of this era or even the previous era. It's a problem left behind by history. Because of some major events caused by the constant turmoil in the god realm, they had no choice but to send the people of their families away from the places where the flames of war spread." Yun Nuashing had also figured out a part of it. However, he needed an accurate answer right now. Qin Hai nodded. "Something like that. Cough, you probably know more than I do about the matters of the god realm and the demon world. In the beginning, the ancestor left behind the great Qin family and many of his family and friends. This was the beginning of the Qin family's history. However, we still don't know where the ancestor and the others went. He only left behind this family. As time passed, although the Qin family appeared in the middle of the ancient era, after that, no heavenly gods appeared. Only gods were born. It seemed like the Qin family was slowly declining. Gradually, there weren't many sages left behind to protect the Qin family in these two eras. Until now, there is only one left. He is a god who was born from the power of the entire Qin family in the early days of this era. Now he has sealed his origin and is buried in the depths of the Qin family." Qin Hai sighed. He didn't understand many things in the world, so he didn't know the origins of these things. The Qin family, which still looks glamorous on the outside, is actually only left with the sacred property, left behind by the ancestor. The young people have never weakened, but there are only a few powerful beings left at the peak. The Xian family still has two gods. The title of being the number one of the ancient 8 families is not just for show. Even so, there are still many unstable elements in the god realm. Those elements are stronger than the 8 families. Although I don't want to admit it, we are no longer the inviolable existence in this world. In fact, if they all awaken one day, the ancient sacred objects left behind by the 8 families may turn from the sacred objects that protect the family into the root of the family's destruction in an instant. Yun Nuashing crossed his arms. That's right, it's just a matter of time. That sacred and inviolable position was already a joke when we sent out a part of our core family members in order to preserve the kindling. The god realm has never been short of latecomers. No one can be invincible forever, and no force can exist forever. It's just as you guessed. I don't know if it happened in the previous era or the beginning of the current era. According to the records, it happened during a period of war. A powerful god was born and the battle shook the heavens and the earth. That generation of the Qin family sensed the danger of extinction, so they chose the kindling and sealed it. The god of the Qin family at that time used a forbidden method to throw the kindling into the sea of time, and let the kindling fall on the god realm that had calmed down many years later. A part of the kindling's memory was erased. After a long time, they became the Qin family, Yu family of Xingling City, and the Xian family of Xingyu City. I don't know if the other families have done the same, but the 3 of us are old friends with the 9 divine temples, so we share the same information. We all know about this. The only fortunate thing is that the kindling didn't come into use one day. Some time ago, I went through the family records and found these historical problems. So, I sent people to search for them and brought them back. Then, I sent the Xian family and the Xian family to search for them. Yun Nuashing listened silently. The answer was not unexpected. It was also the answer he was looking for. This is the truth. Qin Hai nodded. That's it. It's very simple, isn't it? All the mysteries and unsolved mysteries are because no important information related to them has been obtained. This is how the world is. From the beginning to the end, it's a very simple matter. Yun Nuashing smiled sweetly. Chapter 1083. Those ancient matters had been buried in the sea of time with the passing of time. There was no need to look too much into the lost past. The past was the past. The current situation was more important. Judging from the current situation, the Qin family was still strong, and no one dared to provoke them. The same went for the Yu family and the Xian family. The once powerful ancient heavenly god families were also declining. However, they were not completely declining. They were still strong, but they did not have the kind of experts who could protect their families. Looking at the current divine world, there were 100 divine spirits and 5 heavenly gods. Putting the former aside, one of the 5 heavenly gods had already jumped out to cause trouble and wanted to unify the divine world. If someone of this level really wanted to make a move on the Qin family, they wouldn't be able to fight back. Even with the heavenly god array, it would only take a short period of time to break it. You want me to deal with the heavenly gods? In the main hall of the Qin family's ancestral palace, a group of people looked at Yun Nuashing with anticipation. She pointed at herself with a dumbfounded expression. Her cheeks twitched, and she smiled bitterly. Don't think too much. It's not that I can't deal with the heavenly gods. As I said, if I use the great protective array, the smallest range would be to vaporize everything within a radius of 100 million li. Do you know how many people would die? Of course, I don't feel guilty at all. After all, the lives on my shoulders are measured in units of trillions. I won't feel any psychological burden even if there are billions or billions more. The question is, why? Yun Nuashing looked at them in confusion. It was Yuan Shi and Nightmare who started the topic. She did not know why it suddenly became about killing the heavenly gods. These 2 fellows had only gone back for a day. Did something happen? Yuan Shi and Nightmare looked at each other. They sighed and lowered their heads. The latter was not as crazy as before. Everyone was not used to seeing him like this. What happened? Chu Yingzhan asked in confusion. The two of them looked gloomy. Something must have happened. Yuan, she smiled bitterly and carefully looked at Yun Nuoxing. He sighed deeply and said, I'm sorry, little star. I hid some things from you. We didn't risk our lives to escape. Nightmare's face was filled with melancholy. It was unclear what he was thinking about, but he gritted his teeth so hard that they creaked. We were sent out. We were forced out. What exactly happened? Can you explain it clearly? Yun Nuoxing frowned. I spoke slowly to maintain a sense of mystery. At the same time, there are some things that you don't need to know. But if you don't make things clear, we can't take action. Yuan, she flung his bangs in distress and said, A few days ago, didn't I hear that the God of Heaven wanted to unify the divine world? Everyone nodded. That God of Heaven was in the Ganyuan region, near the southern plains. Because of this, they had argued for a while. Nightmare finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He angrily slammed his hand on the table. That old bastard sent people to the Yuan family and the Nightcrawler Alliance. He wants us to surrender. Otherwise, he'll eliminate us as a potential threat. They must have gone to other places, but there's no news about it. Huh. Everyone was dumbfounded. Oh, the Yuan clan also had a god in the past. That was in the early days of the ancient era, right? Their overall strength isn't too far off from the 8 ancient families. A voice suddenly came from the hall, causing everyone to be stunned. They turned their heads and saw 2 people suddenly appear on the empty sofa. One was Qin Hai, and the other was a young man. His long hair hung in front of his face, and it was somewhat disheveled. Father, we were eavesdropping. Qin, Yen mumbled. Her beautiful face was a little gloomy. Qin Hai scratched his head and laughed dryly. We were just passing by. We were just passing by. Then we heard some very important words. Don't look at us like that. We really were just passing by. The expressions on the faces of Yun Nuoxing and the others were as doubtful as they could be. Seeing this, Qin Hai could only laugh awkwardly. He hurriedly coughed dryly and put on a serious face. Since that god even dares to touch the Yuan family and the Night Owl Alliance, it seems like he's serious. The Nightcrawler Alliance? Xian and the others were stunned. Nightcrawler, Night Wanderer. Those who don't sleep in the middle of the night, Nightcrawler. Do you understand? It's just another name. Nightmare shrugged. Everyone puffed. Father and elder sister threw me out. They said that it wasn't safe to stay in the Yuan family. However, that place needed someone to guard it. Although they've already started to move people, those with big families and businesses won't be able to run away in a short period of time. They only gave me less than 10 days. Moreover, a few days have already passed. There are only about 5 days left. Yuan, she's face was full of worry. Seeing this, everyone felt a little sorry for him. This elegant and refined scum had always been smiling. He was a very humorous person. However, when he heard this big news, he became a little anxious. It was really difficult for him to play with them there yesterday. Clan leader, we also have to make some preparations. The Yuan family is in the south of the western region, while the Qin family is in the central region. If the news is true, they will also come to us. The young man with disheveled hair spoke in a deep voice. His voice sounded like a broken bellows that was operating with difficulty. We don't have time to prepare. It wasn't easy to find a clan member. Are we going to throw him out again? Qin Hai rolled his eyes. Gods can control the world with a single thought. There's not much they can do. However, you should quickly inform the Yu family and the Xian family about this. They are both in the northern wilderness, so they might receive the news a little later. The storm is already brewing. Before the demon world descends, the god realm will be in chaos. Hearing this, the young man nodded, and his figure disappeared in a flash. This is really worrying. Qin Hai sighed. Yuan Shi and Nightmare's expressions became even more gloomy. They sighed, "This is so annoying." The sudden appearance of this matter caused a group of very young people to be at a loss. The main reason was that this matter involved too many things. It was a big matter, even in the God realm. Yun Nuashing calmly drank a sip of tea and burped. "So, you're telling me that you want me to do something?" Yuan Shi and Nightmare looked at him expectantly. "We just want to ask if you have any ideas. Although this is a little mushy, you are the only hope we know." That's really mushy." "Please don't say it a second time." Yun Nuashing's face twitched. "Who can we count on for such a big matter?" "I can't count on anyone." Nightmare smiled bitterly. "Night Owl." "Bah, there are also gods in our alliance. I only found out about it yesterday. In order to welcome that bullshit messenger, one of them came out, and the other one is still sleeping. I don't know the difference between gods and gods, but just from the name alone, I know that these two are not on the same level. Am I right, boss?" Post-God realm. Gods who are at the peak of God realm and gods who have just stepped into the heavenly God realm are living in two different worlds. Yun Nuashing calmly said. Everyone smiled bitterly. They had already expected this. "I've seen the Qin family's heavenly God realm formation. Although it's quite powerful, it's not enough to completely resist a heavenly God. I think the heavenly God realm formations of the other families aren't that strong either." Yun Nuashing took a sip of tea. Forces that could transcend the great samsara, purge, naturally had their own defensive measures, such as God's Spark weapons or heavenly God realm formations. However, these didn't pose much of a threat to a heavenly God unless there was a huge gap between the former and the latter, and the user was also a powerful God. Only then would they pose a threat to a heavenly God. Yuan Shi and Nightmare both nodded gloomily. However, in the realm of the gods, there is an absolutely safe place. Even a peak heavenly God can't break into it. Yun Nuashing smiled faintly and slowly put down his teacup. "You can move your entire clan and hide there." "Where?" Yuan Shi and Nightmare both perked up. Qin Hai thought of something. "Could it be the Nine Deities' Shrine?" Everyone also reacted. The space of the Nine Deities' Shrine was created by the 10 primogenitors of the Nine Deities' Shrine. In other words, there were 10 peak heavenly gods. Moreover, according to Yun Nuashing, he had already taken out a bunch of God's Spark weapons. That strange space was absolutely impregnable at this moment. Not long ago, the people of the Nine Deities' Shrine were responsible for slowly unfolding the folded space. Right now, the space inside is very big. It hasn't been completely unfolded yet, but it won't be a problem to put a few more super clans in it. Moreover, you can move the entire space inside it. It's a world within a world, Yun Nuashing said. Yuan, she was slightly delighted when he heard this, but he calmed down after 3 seconds. He looked at Yun Nuashing with a strange expression. "You already expected this? Have you made preparations in advance?" "Not really." Yun Nuashing shook his head. His fingers unconsciously slid around the edge of his teacup. "I did think about what that heavenly God might do. I also thought that they would find some divine spirit forces to do it. However, I didn't expect that they would directly rush into your clan and marry you. As for the unfolding of the Nine Deities' Shrine space, that was actually something else. However, it won't be a problem." As he spoke, he suddenly had an idea and sat up straight. "I suddenly have a very interesting idea. It can solve a series of crises." "What?" Everyone was very excited. They were so excited that they could not calm down. They were all frightened. This idea of this lord was not a good thing. Yun Nuashing chuckled. "I will throw your entire clan into the Nine Deities' Shrine. When that world fragment rushes over half a year later, I will forcibly retract the ultimate defense of the Pillar of Creation and let the fragment crash into it. This impact will probably smash the divine realm into trillions of pieces, other than the area where the Pillar of Creation is located. There won't even be a speck of dust left. After it crushes over, I will put it back together. After an era, the great reincarnation will be able to stop it. I am really a genius. Yuan, she was so shocked that he slammed the table and stood up. Then there won't be much left of the divine realm. About 1/10 of it will be left. Don't worry, there is still an area of more than 600,000 light years. Yun Nuashing shrugged. Furthermore, the matter in the divine realm can be considered settled, hee. Please put away that idea. Let's think of something more healthy. Everyone looked like they were having a stomachache. Yun Nuashing tilted his head, muttered a few words, and drank his tea without saying anything. Seeing that he had calmed down, everyone wiped off their cold sweat. Yuan Shi and Nightmare heaved a huge sigh of relief. If Little Star's every idea could destroy the world, then they had saved the world countless times already. This was what the divine realm owed them. Qin Hai also took out a handkerchief to wipe his forehead. There were many things that he was very concerned about, but it was probably not the time to talk about it. He did not care about it and calmly said, "Moving to the 9 deities' shrine? I agree. This is a matter of life and death. It is a good choice. Anyway, the Qin family and the 9 deities' shrine have been in contact for many years. In fact, we can be considered family, if not for the stubborn old men in the family who feel that this is inappropriate. I would have moved the Qin family there a long time ago." Qin Hai grinned. This is a good idea. I will discuss it with Father and the others. The Yuan family and the 9 deities' shrine do not have much contact. I don't know if Father and Sister can handle it well. If we move there and cause chaos. Yuan, she was a little worried. It's fine. There are 40 suns hanging in the 9 deities' shrine space. Each of them is a divine authority weapon of the heavenly gods. We created them together back then. Yun Nuashing continued to drink his tea calmly. Everyone was horrified. What on earth did you do back then? Chu Chen's face was full of shock. Won't the 40 suns heat death? As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people pounced on him and gave him a beating. It is a body of strong energy that can be hot and cold at will. How can it die from heat? Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and thought about it seriously. Back in the day, little girl Guang asked me to build a galaxy of divine authority weapons. Old Shan and the others agreed and started working. Each of them built one a year. The initial plan was to build 200 billion suns, and the rest were either rocks or metal, all of which were God's Park weapons. Including the rest time, it took an epoch to build. Well, it wasn't finished yet. Everyone shuddered as they moved further away. This was truly deranged, completely deranged. How could there be a heavenly deity who would be bored to this extent? Moreover, they did not just think about it. They really did it. It was great that it was not completed. If they really did it, would the realm of the gods still exist? Then why didn't you do it later? Chu Yingzhan risked being scared to death and asked bravely, "Later?" Yun Nuashing frowned and thought for a while. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and stood up abruptly with a face full of smiles. "Hey, I would have forgotten if you didn't mention it. Later, we thought it was too troublesome to build them one by one. So we gathered all the power of 10 people and built a world. That world is still there, and it is set to not give birth to any life. The energy inside is constantly reborn and destroyed. The energy can be combined and evolved into even more powerful energy. That is a weapon, and it will continue to grow. We spent 100,000 years to build it. It's a godly weapon. I wonder if it can be ranked on the divine weapon ranking?" Chu Yingzhan was so scared that she rolled on the ground. Everyone in the hall was petrified. Qin Hai kept wiping sweat. This isn't something that can be described with the word crazy. Nightmare could not help but pinch his own face. He sucked in a breath of cold air from the pain. It is not humane at all. No, it is not divine. The others glared at Chu Yingzhan angrily. They were all using their eyes to question her as to why she had let this mobile, violent maniac think of such a dangerous thing. This was not just crazy. This was inhumane. This was not something that a god would do. How could a god do nothing all day and night and just create stars that could destroy worlds? They had every reason to believe that every star with divine authority could destroy thousands or tens of thousands of worlds without resting. Wait, is a divine weapon a higher level than divine authority weapons? Yuan, she asked, his face covered in sweat. That's not how it is. Divine weapons are a special branch of all weapons. They are special, and their power can rival divine authority weapons. They can also fight head-on against divine authority weapons. They can simply become stronger without limit according to the will of their creator. However, the starting level of a divine weapon is higher than a divine authority weapon. The highest level of a divine weapon is comparable to a divine authority weapon, but its power can continue to grow. Just like us, we can continue to cultivate and grow. Divine authority and divine authority weapons, on the other hand, are fixed, so they can only be created once every time they advance to a higher level. The power they create is linked to the creator's divine authority and level. They do not have the strong ability to be molded and grow as a divine weapon, so we simply turn that world into a divine weapon and let it expand and grow without limit. On this day, they finally understood how shameless the so-called God of Heaven was. They also knew how much harm a god of heaven could cause to the world when he was bored. This is nothing. Yun Nuashing frowned when she saw the strange expressions on everyone's faces. Heavenly gods who do not leave enough defense for their descendants are not good heavenly gods. Yuan Shi, Nightmare, and Qin Hai were all silent. They believed that there were two reasons why their heavenly gods did not go to the extent of destroying their divinity. First, they were not at the peak of heavenly God. Second, they were not that bored. Well, let's get back to the main topic. I've already talked to the 9 deities temple. The folding space is expanding at a faster rate. You can move there at any time. It doesn't matter if you move the entire clan or just bring a piece of space with you. It's not a problem. Just don't get into a conflict with my disciples. Qin Hai and Yuan, she nodded. Of course. Yun Nuashing patted her thigh and stood up slowly. That's it. Now, we should move on to the second phase. What's the second phase? Everyone was confused. Moving and negotiating is the first phase. As for the second phase, of course, it is to find out how much trouble that boring guy has caused to the realm of the gods. Yun Nuashing put her hands on her hips. Didn't little Chen say that there was a banquet nearby? It should be about time. Let's go and find out more. All right, what about the subordinate forces of the Qin family? Speaking of this, Yun Nuashing suddenly remembered that the Qin family had many subordinate forces in the east of the central region of the western regions. That is not a problem. They are all loyal to the Qin family. Some of them can even be traced back to more than 10 epochs ago. We will open up a space and put them all in the Qin family. Then we will go to your place. Qin Hai waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to worry. Knowing that they were preparing to leave, Qin Hai also had things to do. Moving was very busy, so he was about to leave. However, just as he stood up, he suddenly remembered something important. Yen Heir, your bloodline hasn't awakened yet. You are now a beginner god. Go to the altar and do the awakening ceremony. Oh, Qin Yen was stunned. She had forgotten about this. But it will take many days to awaken a bloodline. As she spoke, Mei Mao leaned toward Yun Nuashing. She was obviously not willing. Yun Nuashing glanced at her. Without thinking, she said, if it is only the awakening of a god spirit bloodline, I can help. It is very simple. I am just afraid that there will be other things in the awakening ceremony that you need to inherit. Yen Heir's sky god bloodline is the thickest in the Qin family in this era. It is said that it is thicker than the current Qin family god's bloodline. It is at 60%. Many people in the family pay attention to it. If the young people in the family are found to have sky god or god spirit bloodline, they will have to go through the baptism when they reach beginner god level. But actually, we are not confident that we can activate it. Oh, there is a failure rate in the awakening of Sky God bloodline. We might only be able to activate 10 to 20%. Failure rate my ass. That is because your awakening ceremony is not complete. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. She pressed her hands on Qin Yan's shoulders and said earnestly, Qin Yan, let me help you. It is 100% success rate. I will also activate all the bloodline fragments in your Sky God bloodline. I can strengthen your body, strengthen your soul, strengthen your spirit, strengthen your elements, and strengthen your elements. When you have completely awakened Sky God bloodline, you might even be able to activate the language of the mythological era. So it's like this. We don't know much about the gods. Qin Hai helplessly scratched his head, but an extremely obscure light flashed through his eyes. And then I'll leave Yenner to you. We don't want this good seedling to spoil. Come on. Do you think I don't know what you are thinking? Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. Qin Hai was not the only one who was old, but he stubbornly believed that he was not old. Qin Hai laughed and agreed. Qin Yan helplessly shook her head. Then that is it. I will not disturb you. I will go and deal with those old fogies. This time I'll have to brew a pot of tea so that my throat won't hurt while talking. Oh, I'll also have to add some ointment and blood-dissipating powder. Slamming the table will probably hurt my hand. Qin Hai cursed as he left the hall. His words left everyone speechless. Chapter 1084. Don't you have to go back and take care of the situation? Are you just going to follow us like this? Thousands of miles up in the sky, they were outside the Qin family. They were floating in the sky of the western region of the Divine Prefecture and were rushing towards the south of the western region. Originally, they had planned to rush straight to the southern plains to participate in the so-called grand event. However, the Yuan family was located in the south of the western region, so they were currently heading towards the Yuan family. Leave those troublesome matters to father and sister. Yuan, she waved his hand and sighed. There was still some worry on his face. It was not that he did not care, but he definitely did not have as much authority as his father, the patriarch of the Yuan family. I've already sent the message back. Next, we'll have to continuously hold meetings. After the big meetings, we'll have a small meeting. At the end, the patriarch and the supreme elder will have a private meeting. Finally, we'll make a decision and move quickly. This has been going on for 2 or 3 days. I don't know if we can make it in time. Seeing his uneasiness and anxiety, Yun Nuashing sighed as well. That's why we're heading towards the Yuan family now. We'll be there in about an hour. Xian tilted his head and looked at the space around them. The scenery was stretched into a long and distorted shape. They did not enter the void to speed up their journey. Furthermore, they did not feel as fast as they usually did. Is the Yuan family very close to the Qin family? Quite far. One is in the east of the central region, while the other is in the south. If we use the teleportation gate, we'll be there in 2 or 3 trips. However, if we fly there, it'll take a lot of time. Qin Yan shook her head. I feel that our speed is slower than before. Xian looked at Yun Nuashing. Before she could finish speaking, he understood what she meant and said, Oh, it's not that our speed is slower. Right now, our speed is unprecedentedly fast. I've changed the laws within 100 feet around us so that our speed can easily break through the limits of light. At the same time, I've also changed some other laws and shortened the spatial distance. We should have teleported there directly. Oh, there's something I need to do. I'm sensing the laws of heaven and earth in various parts of the God realm. TSK, you can do whatever you want after mastering the laws. You can change the laws as you please. Yuan, she looked at her enviously. Don't think too much. Yun Nuashing glanced at him helplessly. Don't judge me by my current level. My principles and power of precepts are at the post-divinity tier. Furthermore, this is the realm of the gods, which is why I'm changing things so casually. In some worlds with weak precepts, I might create a loophole in the precepts, creating a flaw in the precepts of heaven and earth. In the worst-case scenario, that world would have to undergo a major cleansing by itself. Hearing this, everyone silently looked at each other and secretly wiped away their sweat. Did something happen to the worldly laws? Xian asked. When I was still in the dimensional realm, the heavenly gods made a declaration, announcing the end of the era. The ancient era had become a thing of the past, and the remaining precepts had disappeared into the void. I've been observing the precepts of heaven and earth in the realm of the gods. The remaining precepts of the ancient era are like a few barbs on one's hand. You can't usually notice them, but if you deal with them roughly, they'll hurt you. But if you don't deal with them, they'll itch. Although they're a part of the body, they're useless. But the group listened to him ramble on about some very high-end topics, and after listening for a long time, they felt a little dizzy. Only Ming and Feng were interested. The former simply liked to listen to him talk, while the latter was one of the 4 celestial gods, and had a very close relationship with the realm of the gods. Listening to this kind of information would give her some insight. As for the others, they were all dizzy and could not bear the stimulation. It was as if their minds were being bombarded by dozens of meteors. When the bombardment of knowledge came to an end, Yuan, she hurriedly raised his trembling hand and asked, "Are we going to my house now?" Yun Nuashing nodded and said, "We should have gone there a long time ago. While we're at it, I'll help you move. There should be a lot of people in your family, right?" "There are a lot of people, but it's not that troublesome. The Yuan family doesn't have any offline forces, and only our family lives in a space. It's a portable space, so we can just put it in our pockets and take it away. The premise is that there's a safe space to store it." Yuan, she shrugged. The other party was a heavenly god, and although the space in their house was also left behind by a heavenly god, it definitely couldn't block people of the same realm. "Oh, right, my father and sister just told me that they don't have any objections." After saying this, his expression became a little strange, and everyone was stunned. Yun Nuashing asked curiously, "Are there really no objections, or have all of them been suppressed by you?" Yuan, she turned his face away and took out a token from his bosom. Then a voice came from it. "What? Inappropriate? 80% of the entire family is in favor, and the remaining 20% are against it. What's the point of that? Do those who are against it want to defect? Or do they want to fight to the death with the heavenly god forces? I don't want to be under them. It's quite comfortable to live in the little boy's house. Those who are against it have all been isolated by me. They're definitely. Father, hurry up and make some space to lock up those 20% lunatics. For the next 10 years, those lunatics in that area won't have any right to speak. Let them out after they've thought it through. Supreme Elder? F*** CK them. At percent. 11 Grand Supreme Elders couldn't even suppress one person. At percent. Call them Bullsh** T. They want to fight to the death with the heavenly god forces. I don't want to play with them. And I don't want to throw the entire Yuan family into it. That kind of god of plague should stay as far away as possible. Throw him in there for me. Take turns serving him with the 18 great tortures, and burn him with live fire for 60 hours every day. Oh, you've compromised, right? Then let him out. Treat him well. Get him 2 spiritual herbs to calm his nerves." In short, these were the words that were released for Yun Nuashing and the others to hear. The aura of a queen that assaulted their faces made everyone who heard it fall silent for a long time. They didn't know what to say. Qianshan is as energetic as ever. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but sigh. It had been many years since they last met, and that girl was still so energetic. Is it really okay to make such a hasty decision? Yuan, she couldn't help but look at him. I'm worried that there will be objections from the 9 deities' temple. Sister Jean and Hall Master Jean have already informed the upper echelons of the 9 deities' temples. Those who live in the 9 deities' temples are absolutely loyal to the 9 deities' temples. Those who know me won't object to my suggestion. It's just that there aren't many of them. The 9 floating islands only have the area of 4 or 5 large cities. 80% of the land is still unused, not to mention the empty skies. It's good that some people are here to liven things up. As long as there's no conflict, there's no problem. Yun Nuashing waved his hand. With 40 suns overhead, I don't think anyone can start a conflict. Chu Yingzhan's pretty face twitched slightly. She tugged at Yun Nuashing's sleeve. Idiot, what about my Chu Yingzhan? Leave it there first. If it doesn't work out, move it over. The empty space that the 9 deities' temple has opened up is very large. It can fit 1/5 of the origin region. There's plenty of space for you to put it there. Yun Nuashing glanced at her and said, Nightmare, what about your alliance? Yun Nuashing looked at Nightmare. The Nightwalker Alliance was very scattered. He didn't even know where its headquarters were. Naturally, he didn't know how the latter was related to the people in the alliance. Moreover, Nightmare's family wasn't the only ones in the alliance. It would be a little troublesome to deal with them. I guess they'll get involved. Nightmare shook his head helplessly. The alliance used to be divided into many parts. Now that they've gathered together, they each have their own power. Although I'm the son of God, I don't have that kind of strong decision-making power. Less than half of the higher-ups in the alliance can be directly ordered or influenced by me. Those are the brothers of that annoying old man of mine. Nightmare frowned and said with lingering fear, Old man and the others don't plan to get involved. Whether it's cooperation or war, nothing good will come out of it. However, the others don't think so. Those people feel that they can do anything for the sake of profit. They don't understand the people who have reached the divine tier. They don't understand the heavenly gods. Boss, you also said that the heavenly gods are too ambitious. Getting close to them is even more terrifying than making deals with demons. Yun Nuashing glanced at him, then turned to look at the others. Am I more terrifying than demons? Xian and the others laughed dryly and whispered, Under certain circumstances, yes. Yun Nuashing glanced at everyone faintly. Only Ming was there arguing with the others with a red face. Yun Nuashing held down Ming, who was almost out of lines, and looked at Nightmare. Then we'll see how it goes. The alliance is not very independent, so it's very difficult to deal with it. It's not like the Qin family and the Yuan family. Their own families can just close the door and argue with each other. It's easy to move them. So we'll go to the Yuan family first and move. Yuan, she repeated. When he saw Yun Nuashing nod in confirmation, he smiled faintly. Well, normal people don't understand how terrifying the heavenly gods are. Even if the Yuan family once had a heavenly god and a divine spirit, it's probably the same. Fortunately, we've been with a heavenly god for a long time, so we understand a lot. Everyone nodded in agreement. They had some understanding of the heavenly gods who were outside the norm. Furthermore, they knew that they would not have a good ending if they got involved with them. Looking at them now, they knew that they had boarded a pirate ship and could not get out. No matter what, I'll say thank you first. Yuan, she patted Yun Nuashing's shoulder and smiled elegantly like a gentleman. I don't really care. Yun Nuashing shook her head. I've been planning to travel alone for a long time. It's rare to meet people, so I'll bring them along. As for whether it's one person or hundreds of millions of people, I don't think it matters. After all, I'm not in charge in the end. I'm just a warrior-type mascot. Everyone laughed dryly. This declaration of being a hands-off boss was really straightforward. Yun Nuashing shrugged and raised her head to look in front. We're here. I have to retract the distortion of the rules. The space formed by the fixed distortion of the rules is very obvious. As he spoke, he exhaled lightly. Everyone only felt that the thin and long space around them slowly became round and smooth. After a few seconds, it returned to normal. A huge city appeared in front of them, and there were many subsidiary towns scattered around the central city. In addition to the city and towns in front of them, there was also an unexpected thing. What the? Nightmare opened her mouth in shock. Yuan, she turned his head away awkwardly. Everyone's gaze swept from the ground to the sky. In the end, they looked at him speechlessly. In the center of the city, there was a huge iron pillar that they all hated. It was illusory and untouchable. It was like the bright moon in the water. It could not be touched, but it really existed there. The Yuan family is so domineering, so domineering. Nightmare bowed to Yuan Shi and clasped her fists. You actually built a city around Boss's pillar. Yuan, she smiled bitterly and scratched the back of his head. I saw it when I came back 2 days ago. I didn't know about it before. Although the pillar of creation cannot be observed by people who have never seen it before, the place where it is located in the real world, where it overlaps with the hidden space, will be condensed by the pillar of creation. After all, it is an energy hub. All kinds of energy are concentrated within a few 100,000 miles around it. The space is stable, and the rules are stable. This range will only weaken drastically when it extends beyond 100 million miles. The space within 100 million miles is rich in energy, so it's not strange for a city to appear. Yun Nuoxing's expression was calm. He already knew about this. Also, this pillar is not mine. I'm just a poor maintenance worker. No wonder there's so many cities around the pillars of creation. No wonder I always felt that the energy at home was a little strange. Yuan, she scratched his head and laughed dryly. Yun Nuoxing continued. But this kind of city that is built around the pillar of creation is probably the only one in the entire realm of the gods. Everyone looked at Yuan Shi even more strangely. The latter smiled bitterly. The progenitor of the Yuan family really knew how to find a place to build his nest. The combination of the city and the small towns below was not the same as other common cities. It did not have towering walls. If one wanted to reach this city from all directions, they would first have to pass through many small towns and cities before finally reaching the large city in the center. The transition of the terrain had directly changed from yellow soil to green brick flooring. There were also many ancient trees in this city, which looked very lively. There was an energy shield that enveloped the entire area, and there was also a faint divine aura that spread out from it. This was obviously the work of the progenitor. This kind of protection was necessary. Most of the city walls were used to stop demons and the like. There was a time when the realm of the gods was in a barbaric period, and there were countless powerful beasts running amok. The city walls could be attached with many talismans and magic circles, which were excellent carriers for both offense and defense. However, this city is a little interesting. Its protective magic circle is engraved in the void and the real world, but the ratio is not uniform. The void only takes up 20% of the magic circle. The real world takes up 70%, and the remaining 10% is caught in the spatial crevice. But no matter, the magic circle is complete when it operates, and its defensive power is increased by several times. It also has the ability to confuse people. Even a magic circle master can only see 70% of the magic circle that appears in the real world, and they have never misjudged its power. Yun Nuoxing's tone was somewhat admiring. Is it that difficult to engrave a magic circle in the void? Yuan, she could not help but feel a little proud when he heard this. After all, this was where his home was. Of course, if you want to forcefully create a magic circle in a place where there are no concepts and no rules, it is not easy. However, its concealment and power are also great. You can also use a part of the power of the void to fight against your enemies. Using the power of the void is a very difficult operation, and it would be difficult for a deity to do it if they did not specialize in it for millions of years. Yun Nuoxing waved her hand and explained as she brought everyone down from the sky. There was a deity's barrier here, so they could only walk over from the ground. Engraving a magic circle in the void is also a very difficult operation. In the primordial era, only a few divine magic circle masters could do it. In this era, there is probably only one person who can do it. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. There was actually someone with such power. Who is it? Yun Nuoxing was stunned. She looked at everyone speechlessly, then pointed at herself. Isn't he right in front of you? Everyone smiled bitterly. All right, they had almost forgotten about the person in front of them. He was a heavenly god who was unimaginably powerful. He had all kinds of tricks up his sleeves and was beyond the norm. At this moment, the city was heavily guarded. This was very normal. Now, every place in the divine realm was heavily guarded, and people were frequently mobilized. In the past, small and medium-sized cities without emperor gods were now guarded by emperor gods, and there were many magic circles protecting them. Such a large-scale mobilization of experts naturally attracted the attention of countless people. Those who knew about it would take a minute or two to sigh as they hurried along. Those who did not know about it would continue to live in a daze and pretend that they did not know anything. The higher the level, the more mysterious things became. This was because they could not come into contact with things of that level. The influence was also greater, and they could not take it to heart. They just went with the flow and lived one day at a time. With Yuan Shi's identity, Yun Nuoxing and the others easily walked into the city that had no city walls and was protected by a powerful energy formation all year round. They noticed that when Yuan Shi showed her token, many people trembled and looked at her respectfully. Another group of people slipped into the Yuan family's residence or took out their tokens directly. They were probably passing on information. This way, come Mug. Yuan Shi waved his hand. Before his expression of "follow me" could solidify, his body froze. All the hair on his body stood up like a wave from bottom to top, and then returned to normal. What's wrong? Yun Nuoxing glanced at him. Ugh, it's nothing. I just shivered. It scared me. Yuan Shi laughed dryly and shook his head. However, he frowned slightly and said, "But I feel uneasy. Forget it, let's go home first." After he finished speaking, he took the lead and rushed toward the center of the city. The others looked at each other in confusion and hurriedly followed him. They did not care about what he felt just now. After all, Yun Nuoxing did not say anything, so it should not be a big deal. The Yuan family, like the other ancient forces, was located in a huge space that formed a world of its own. The laws and plans of the ordinary heaven and earth were not as they wished. Almost all the gods and deities with powerful creative abilities would choose to create a space that met their requirements so that their forces and descendants could live in it for a long time. The Yuan family was no exception. Oh, it's also a semi-evolved space. After Yuan, she led everyone into the Yuan family through the teleportation array. Yun Nuoxing looked up and said casually, "Ugh, what's that?" Yuan, she was stunned. The sky is the sky of the outside world. The space is a self-created space, and the earth is a self-evolved land. In other words, only half of this space was created by the gods of the Yuan family, and the sky was borrowed. Yun Nuoxing pointed at the sky and said, "The Qin family is the same, and so is the Chu realm." Chu Yingzhan scratched her head in confusion and said, "Aren't they all the same? There's not much difference, right?" "Yes. There's no special difference. I just mentioned it. Don't take it to heart." Yun Nuoxing smiled and nodded. Chu Qin, who had become a little hyperactive ever since he followed Yun Nuoxing and the others out, had already flown around the surroundings. Then he went up to Yuan Shi excitedly and said, "Brother Yuan, so your home is a palace. It's so grand." In the land of the Yuan realm, mountains spanned thousands of miles and were thousands of feet tall. Dazzling palaces were arranged along the mountains. Although it was called a palace, it was not arranged in a complete and orderly manner, nor did it have any special symbolic meaning. It was just dazzling and glittering. Some of the palaces spanned thousands of miles, and the huge palace in the center was almost 10,000 feet tall and 10,000 miles wide. Chu Qin was just intimidated by its grandeur. In the next second, Chu Yingzhan and Chu Xianling each pulled one of his ears to the side and explained to him about being reserved. "Oh, don't worry too much about it. It's just that those boring show-offs in the Yuan family dyed it gold. They say it looks grand, but at least the facade is like that. It was still green a few years ago." Yuan Shi chuckled and waved his hand. "Also, don't be fooled by how big the palace in the center is. In fact, Many of the long corridors on the left and right sides are empty. Also, there's a huge pile at the back. The real practical area is only the center and a few side halls. Everyone. Why do they only do these flashy things? Yuan, she laughed dryly. There was nothing to see near the teleportation platform. Yuan, she led everyone around and was about to fly directly to the center when a strong whistling sound, accompanied by an extremely powerful aura, came from afar like shocking thunder. Yuan, she's body instantly stiffened. Zian and Ming also trembled all over. They recalled what had happened in the past and hurriedly pulled Chu Yingzhan, Feng Er, and the others back a few steps, leaving only Yuan Shi and Yun Nuashing in front of them. Sister, wait. Puff. Yuan, she had just turned around and was about to run for his life. He had only spoken a few words when his entire body flew through the air and rushed out in front of Yun Nuashing and the others. A faint, sharp, mournful cry could be heard as it disappeared into the horizon. Yun Nuashing scratched her face and laughed dryly. Qian is as energetic as ever. Chapter 1085. A few minutes later, Yuan, she returned to the group. His handsome face was green with bitterness, and he kept sighing. On his shoulder was a tall and slender girl with a sweet smile. Her eyes were filled with curiosity and playfulness as she constantly scanned the group. Suddenly, she found a target, and her smile became even brighter. With a push of her hands, she leaped up from Yuan Shi's body and landed gracefully. Then, she grabbed Zian's hand and shook it up and down with all her might, leaving after images behind. Ah, long time no see, long time no see. Zian shook her hand with a bitter smile. Before she could say anything, Yuan Qian grabbed her shoulder and looked around. Where's the little boy? Where's the little boy? Didn't he come with you? Or did you dump him? Ming saw the crazy girl, and his pretty face trembled violently. He took a few steps back without leaving a trace. Thinking about what happened back then, he almost broke out in a cold sweat. Zian and Mei Mao secretly glanced at Yun Nuashing, who was looking at them like he was watching a show. Just as she was hesitating whether she should give him up, Yuan Qian flung herself to Yuan, she like a gust of wind. She reached out her 2 slender hands and pinched his face. Smiling like a flower, she said, "My cutest little brother, where's the little boy? Didn't you say you were with him? Back then, you were also together on the road." Listen to me. Yuan Shi's handsome face was pinched into a funny shape. He couldn't speak clearly and smiled bitterly. Little Star is here. Yun Nuashing shook his head helplessly. Sooner or later he would be exposed. It was better to get the pain over with. He walked over and patted Yuan Qian's shoulder. Yuan Qian turned around like a gust of wind. Mei Mao looked curiously at the girl who was pointing at herself as if she wanted to express something. She blinked and smiled sweetly. "Little brother, where did you find such a beautiful girl? Aren't you afraid that Xiao Xiao will eat you?" "Pooh." Yuan, she couldn't hold it in and directly spat it out. The others expressed their calmness. After all, they were already used to it. Moreover, from the dizzy Zian and the frightened Ming, they also learned who this crazy woman was. After hearing that she had an ill-fated relationship with Yun Nuashing, they all expressed their calmness. "Qian, it's me." Just as Yuan Qian was about to reach out and pinch the tender cheeks of the girl in front of her, Yun Nuashing shook her head helplessly and called out softly. "Ah." When Yuan Qian heard this, she was stunned for a moment. She turned around and saw Yuan Shi nodding at her with a bitter smile. The shock on her face almost instantly reached its peak. She was completely stunned. She pointed at Yun Nuashing with a trembling finger and muttered in disbelief. The little boy turned into a little girl. Ah. Yuan Qian, who was originally standing straight, suddenly went limp. Her eyes were glazed over, and she swayed as if she was about to fall. Yun Nuashing was so frightened that she quickly reached out to support her. She shook her head with a bitter smile and said, "Is it that serious? This is too exaggerated." Yuan, she came over and saw his sister muttering that sentence in a daze. He exchanged glances with Yun Nuashing. Both of them sighed bitterly and shook their heads. The former couldn't help but say, "It's over. My spiritual pillar and faith have collapsed. It feels like I only found out that my husband used to be a beautiful girl after 100 years of marriage." Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and said, "Is it that serious?" Fortunately, Yuan Qian came back to her senses not long after. She still looked at Yun Nuashing in disbelief and sighed. Just when everyone thought that this ill-fated relationship had come to an end and Yun Nuashing heaved a sigh of relief, Mei Mao suddenly lit up brightly. Then, before anyone could react, she suddenly pounced on Yuan Qian. "Wow!" She flew again. Everyone expressed their calmness. They looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Yuan Qian was able to recover so quickly after her faith collapsed. They could only sigh at how strong her willpower was. Perhaps it would be better to say that she was stupid. This person was crazy. She looked like the kind that lacked a heart and lungs. Yuan Qian leaned into Yun Nuashing's arms and took a deep breath. Yuan Qian smiled happily and said, "Yes, it feels the same as back then." Yun Nuashing felt powerless. Her liver, lungs, and waist were all hit. However, Yuan Qian's attack was much weaker than Ming's. That stupid celestial emperor's body hit him at half the speed of light. He could vomit bile in a matter of minutes. Yuan Qian's attack was child's play. "Long time no see." Yun Nuashing reached out and hugged the girl who was leaning on him. The background was a vast land and a huge palace. It gave people the feeling that they were reunited after thousands of years. If there were a few snowflakes, this scene would be like a painting. If it wasn't for Yuan Shi, who reminded them that they had more important things to do, Yuan Qian would have been stuck in the sky for dozens of minutes. After she got down from Yun Nuashing's body, she looked at him with a bitter expression. He shivered. "Sister, Little Star is here to help us move. Let's deal with this first. Otherwise, I will feel uneasy." Yuan, she hurriedly said before Yuan Qian used her silver teeth to serve him. Yuan Qian's expression became serious. She nodded. After a while, she frowned and sighed. "Speaking of this, there is a small problem." She waved her hand and took the lead to fly forward. Everyone followed, closely behind her. She continued, "Little brother, do you still remember the lake at home?" Yuan, she rubbed his chin and thought for a few seconds. He nodded and said that Qingshui Lake. "What's wrong with the lake? Speaking of which, aren't we moving the entire space over? Why do we care about the lake?" Yuan Qian waved her hand and said, "Qingshui Lake doesn't belong to this space. If we take the space and leave, the lake will stay where it is and materialize in the virtual immortal city." Yuan, she was stunned when he heard this. "There's such a thing? Why didn't I know about it? Father has been sorting out the family's affairs after he heard your decision. He only found out about this not too long ago." Yuan Qian shook her head, helplessly. "That lake is the sacred land of the Yuan family. Normally, even the elders can't go there. Only Father and the Supreme Elders can go there. However, there's no such restriction now. We can't move the lake away. Many people have gathered by the lake to think of a solution." Yuan, she was confused when he heard this. He glanced at Yun Nuashing, who was whispering to Zian and Ming behind him. He had an idea and quickly stepped back. He said, "Little Star, what do you think? Do you have a solution?" Yun Nuashing raised her head. She was also paying attention to what Yuan Qian said before. That lake probably didn't belong to the Yuan family in the first place. Your ancestor just dragged it into this space when he created it. It should have a relatively high priority. This refers to the situation when it's in a separate space. Being dragged into another space is the same as being exposed in the real world. However, if you want it to change space, it will fall out of the current space. Oh, that's probably the case. I'll have to take a look to know the specifics. Yuan Qian looked at him in surprise and smiled. "Little boy, you're amazing. Father and the others sat there for 2 hours and didn't say a single word. Of course. Yuan Shi immediately became excited. Do you know the 9 gods' palaces, young hall master? Do you know the 9 gods' palaces, 10th ancestor? Do you know the god of heaven? Do you know the gods' realms' big shots? The gods' realms repair. Ouch. Yun Nuashing waved his hand and laughed dryly. Don't worry about him, don't worry about him. If you have time, just listen to his explanation slowly. Also, change the way you address him. I'm not used to it. Yuan Qian looked blankly at Yuan Shi, who was hugging her head and howling, then nodded with a strange expression. All right. Zian looked at the two and asked softly, Is there anything special about that lake? Yuan Qian shrugged. I don't know. Huh. Everyone was confused. Isn't that the Yuan family's sacred land? Yes. Then it has to be useful, right? I don't know. Does it have any special value? I'm not sure. Symbolic meaning. A soul building. What symbolic meaning does a broken lake have? Building a building would be more straightforward. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Did the lake not have any special meaning just because it was called a sacred land? Looking at Yuan Qian's calm expression, it was as if she didn't care about the so-called sacred land at all. Then why do you need to move it away? Can't you just leave the useless things here? Yun Nuashing was also confused. He didn't think that it had anything to do with religion. The gods' realm didn't care about religion. Although there were a small number of people who believed in something, it definitely had nothing to do with the Yuan family. Yuan Qian scratched her head and muttered, I don't know. Actually, Father and the others were too anxious. They said that we can't abandon the sacred land. One of the elders in the family was also in favor of moving, but when he realized that the sacred land couldn't be moved, he didn't want to move. He almost got into a fight with Father and the others because of this. They argued for a minute before he gave in. Yuan Qian hurriedly explained when she saw everyone's faces turn dark. But no one really knows what the lake is for, other than the inheritance that said that the lake is a sacred land. There's no other information. For millions of years, there's no record of any movement from the lake. All right, I think that the Yuan family's ancestor might be a little funny. Yun Nuashing's face darkened. How could he do something like that to trick his own descendants? Yuan, she said a few words from the side. Yuan, she nodded and led the group towards the sacred lake. In any case, it was a critical period now, and the sacred lake could be abandoned at any time. It didn't matter if it was a sacred ground or not. There weren't many people living in the outside world who were too stubborn and inflexible. The corpses of those who didn't know how to adapt could fill an entire galaxy. The sacred land was some distance away from the vast and mighty palace in front of them. After passing through the palace complex, they kept flying deeper. After a few minutes, they finally saw the sacred land. Looking down from the sky, they could see a huge, lake-green area on a plain. It was crystal clear and smooth like a mirror. It was so calm that it really looked like a mirror. It was even reflecting sunlight. Although it was called a sacred land, it also looked like a huge gemstone or magic mirror embedded in the ground. A large group of people stood by the lakeside. They looked at the large lake, green, mirror-like object with thoughtful expressions. They didn't know if it was a mirror or a lake, but there were many charms and magic formations set up around it. It should be heavily guarded on normal days, but because it was an emergency, there weren't many people around it. There weren't any soldiers around, and the only people within a radius of 10 miles were the people by the lakeside. Yuan Qian and Yuan, she led their people down from the sky, causing the people at the lakeside to be slightly stunned. Half of the people looked away after a glance and continued to ponder over the toy in front of them, pulling their hair and beard. The other half hurriedly went forward to welcome them. Yuan Qian and Yuan, she led Yun Nuashing and the others directly over. You're here. I was just about to inform you. A tall and skinny young man walked up with a smile. His face could be considered delicate, around 20 years old. As for his actual age, who knew? He was wearing a green robe, his attire was neat and tidy, his smile was like a gentleman, but also a little indifferent and carefree. Yun Nuashing glanced at him, then looked at Yuan Shi. He had some of the former's shadow on him, but he was taller and more carefree, the kind that was as carefree as the wind. No one could control him if he ordered people around. Father, how did it go? Yuan Qian glanced at the 12 supreme elders surrounding the lakeside. Then she looked at the young man. Her temperament changed slightly. She was serious and calm, and she did not seem as lively as she was a few minutes ago. Do you want to throw it away, or this? I don't know yet. The young man sighed and shook his head with his hands behind his back. This lake has been here for a long time. No matter how hard we try, we can't make it move. We only know that if we move the entire space, the sacred lake will fall out and directly cover a large area in the city. Everyone glanced at the area the lake occupied. It was an irregular oval that was more than 100 feet long and more than 100 feet wide. Conservatively speaking, it would destroy the flowers and plants in the city. Other than that, there would be no other impact. The teleportation point of the Yuan clan space was a square with a radius of 3,000 feet. There was no need to worry about it affecting anything. The sacred lake has existed since the earliest records of the Yuan clan. However, there was no specific record of whether the ancestor deliberately brought it in or what happened. Yuan, she whispered in Yun Nuashing's soul. Anyway, it has been peaceful all these years. Everyone just ignored him. Yun Nuashing glanced at the lake green mirror and was deep in thought. She tilted her head and wanted to say something to Yuan Shi. However, she saw that he was pulled to the side by his brothers and sisters. Moreover, they were all looking at him strangely and whispering to each other. Yun Nuashing thought for a while and found this group of people from her memories in the divine sky city. She deliberately glanced at Yuan Shui, who was hiding behind Yuan Shi and carefully sizing him up with a pair of bright eyes. Yun Nuashing smiled and waved his hand as a greeting. He was interested in this girl who cultivated the 6 sacred demonic sounds. Of course, he didn't have any opinions about the low-level, trash, and showy mystic techniques created by the gods. He just didn't know much about them back then and felt that they were very magical. That thing was at most an immortal grade mystic technique. It was probably a low-level one. It was just that the way it was cultivated was special. Using the same amount of effort to cultivate it, it was more difficult to deal with the 6 sacred demonic sounds than other immortal grade or even saint grade mystic techniques. He was still thinking about things when Yuan Shi and his family suddenly exclaimed in shock. They stared at him in disbelief, which made him shrug his shoulders helplessly. He was used to such reactions and didn't have much time to be shocked. Chu Yingzhen had already used her crazy skills. She pulled Chu Qin and jumped over to introduce herself as if they were close friends. Yun Nuashing turned around and walked towards the lake green mirror. Zian, Ming, and the others quickly followed behind and squatted down by the lake. The others only paid attention to them for a while and didn't pay much attention to them. However, Yuan Qian couldn't wait and pulled the young man over. Yuan, she also quickly pulled himself away. The lake was glowing with a faint emerald green luster and seemed to be flowing with the color of energy. From afar, it looked like the water was rippling, but there were no ripples. It was just the visual difference of the reflection. Looking at it from such a close distance, it was a bit strange. The surface was smooth and transparent, and he could see directly under the water. However, he couldn't see anything. This was unbelievable. With his eyes, he should be able to see directly to the bottom of the lake. Hey, little boy. Cough, little star, do you see anything? Yuan Qian jumped and clung to him, almost knocking him into the lake. Yun Nuashing flicked her forehead without looking back. Only then did he help her stand up. He tilted his head slightly to look at the young man who had been watching him. When the latter saw him looking over, he smiled slightly and nodded. Hello, little fellow who is hard to come by even in 100 rumors. Yun Nuashing scratched his head and cupped his hands. He wanted to say something, but the young man continued, "You don't have to be so formal. This time, we still need your help." To be honest, when I heard that the God organization wanted the Yuan family to surrender, my mind went blank for half a day. Then, when I heard Yuan Shi say that you're the manager of the Nine Deities Palace and can help the Yuan family settle down, my mind went blank again for half a day. To put it bluntly, I just didn't bring my brain with me one day. Yuan Qian rolled her eyes at her father. The young man laughed awkwardly and coughed dryly. He straightened his face. "I don't know how to express my gratitude. Don't be so formal. Say it directly." Yuan Qian poked his lower back. "If you need anything, you can find us. The Yuan family can ally with the Nine Deities Palace as long as you don't mind. Everyone." They felt that something was wrong, but they were too embarrassed to say it out loud. "Well, it's just settling down before the war. There are still storms to deal with in the future. I can't stand this kind of internal friction, so I helped." Yun Nuoxing shrugged and said, "There are fewer and fewer guardian powers. The demon world is like a thorn in my side. I don't want to care about it, but it hurts. Some people want to control the overall situation with their own methods, so I have to make some arrangements with my own methods." I know. The young man nodded with his hands behind his back. The battle lines should be united when it comes to the demon world. In the past, the demon race invaded again and again. Many facts have proven that the strength of the God realm is no match for the demon world. It's just that I don't know why we managed to resist the invasion time and time again. There are naturally many reasons for this. If you are interested, I'll find some time to brew a pot of tea, and I'll tell you. Yun Nuoxing smiled faintly. The two of them talked in a very normal tone, as if they were treating each other as equals, or as if they were two friends chatting together. "Oh, that's good. I'm very interested." The young man smiled and nodded. "My name is Yuan Shang. You can just call me Yuan Shang." At this time, Yuan Qian moved closer to Yun Nuoxing's ear and whispered, "Dad has always been a nice guy all his life. You can't trick him." Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes. "Do I look like that kind of person?" Yuan Qian seriously thought about it for a while and actually nodded her head. This made him speechless for a while. He smiled bitterly and rubbed her fine black hair. He pointed at the mirror-like lake and asked Yuan Shang, "Is there anything special about this lake to the Yuan family?" "There isn't. The old ancestor only left 4 words. Qing, whose sacred land. There were no other instructions. To be honest, I don't see anything special about this lake. Look." Yuan Shang spread his hands and said to Yun Nuoxing. He waved his sleeve, and the aura of a peak god emperor condensed into a 3-meter wide energy current. It fiercely crashed into the green lake. Then the energy current shot into the sky at a strange angle, as if it was rebounded. It flew for a distance and slowly disappeared. 100% energy deviation, Yun Nuoxing said. She touched her hair. "Maybe it can be used as a city defense system?" Everyone who would be so free as to use this as a defense system. Yun Nuoxing stuck out her tongue and continued to stare at the lake. She frowned slightly and seemed to be thinking about something. "Yuan," she jumped over. "Little star, what did you see?" Yun Nuoxing shook her head. "I just felt a familiar aura, but I can't remember it." A familiar aura? Everyone was stunned. Then, thousands of thoughts appeared one after another. They looked at each other and saw all kinds of terrifying thoughts in each other's eyes. If it was something that an old antique like him said was familiar, then it must have come from some time ago. However, the ancestor of the Yuan family was a heavenly god from the ancient era. There might be some similarities. A familiar aura. It seems to be something that I blew to pieces. Yun Nuoxing frowned and stuck out her tongue. I must have forgotten something. Everyone felt even more terrified.